record.
Yeah, all of us always definitely track the points accurately.
I don't save it, though. Do we have to save it? Because I don't want that many fucking documents on my goddamn computer, my dude.
A physical written record is harder to manipulate than going tip, tap, tap, tip, tip, tap, tap.
Do I have to keep track of points like in a straight line of like, here's your points, or can I literally just backspace 2, make it a 5 or whatever I've been doing?
I think he's saying physical, like handwritten.
1 second. I have a delivery. I'm so sorry. It's just like I don't know if Amy's there.
Hey, you want a handshake?
Oh yeah, we should absolutely make a handshake deal on this. Do you want to make a rule that only we know?
Yeah. What should the rule be?
What if we make a rule that if either of us is hosting and Mark talks about lenses, no matter what, you can't win the episode?
He will never win again.
No, that's too harsh. That's too harsh. Okay.
We could do it for a few episodes and see if he catches on. Like, what if we do like some like very obvious like, oh no.
What if it's a point value? What if it's like minus 500 points or some amount?
That's good.
Okay.
Okay, I'm back.
Hello.
Hey.
A handshake deal partially occurred while you were gone.
Every time.
Maybe you should stick around.
Yeah, maybe you shouldn't get so many important deliveries.
Okay, well, what was it?
I don't know. We don't have to tell you the content of it, just that it happened.
I don't think we have to disclose that.
If we can't be honest during the tribunal.
It affects you, Mark, and it allows both Wade and I to take some action which affects you in the future.
That sounds horrible.
Could be positive.
It has a limited scope, but it will affect you.
I feel as though during the tribunals and during the semi-annual boat episodes, there can be no handshakes. It's sacred ground.
Oh, that's an interesting proposal.
Let's vote on it. I say nay.
If there is any place where we have to actually be honest and it can't be a bit,
Nay.
this and I will include the boat episodes because those feel special.
Nay.
Those feel like the places where maybe that should be a rule. I am going to say Wade and I made our handshake deals before this rule is in effect, so the handshake deal stands, but I vote yay with Mark.
Oh, yay. God damn.
All right, I'm overridden.
But from here on out, no tribunal handshakes.
From here until the end of time and during tribunals.
And the semi-annual boat episode.
Unless our handshake deal said that we could make more handshake deals, I will.
We already voted on it. There's no qualifiers.
I agree, but you don't know what the handshake deal is that we made. And we're already saying that it exists.
Yeah, I know that Bob said that. He squeaked that in. That I get it. Whatever.
Mark, it's okay. Our handshake deal did not create that loophole, so it's fine.
Unless part of the handshake deal was lying to you about the handshake deal.
Then you would lie to me anyway. Why would I even trust anything you're saying?
Babe, don't talk to me like that in public.
We passed the rule. That is now the rule.
Rules passed.
Okay, this is sacred ground. It wasn't before, but now it is.
We've sacrificed it. We've sacralized it. Sanctified.
Who blesses the ground to make it sacred? I propose Shakira.
Veto. No,
Veto.
nay.
Vetoes.
No matter the case, we definitely cannot afford Shakira. Even if she was interested, that's not practical. I'm not saying I'm not a fan of Shakira. I just don't think that that's a real thing that could happen.
What if we do a fundraiser to afford Shakira?
You can do a fundraiser to afford Shakira on your own, but this podcast does not have to be responsible for your Shakira addiction.
Would you like to contribute, Mark, and how much?
No.
I vote that Mark has to contribute.
Oh, interesting. I feel like this gives me a lot of power suddenly.
I vote that Wade has to buy a car with his own money.
I feel like that's what he is going to do eventually.
I've seen no evidence to that.
Come on, it's only been 3 years. I'm getting there.
I've seen no evidence.
I know that he did drive at least one car at one point that he doesn't plan to buy.
I don't know. I told Molly, I was like, I might just go buy that. And she's like, no, we're going to drive this first. I was like,
Okay.
Why can't we just get in the moving car? Are you crazy? It's not by the chainsaws. Yeah, okay.
I don't know that reference.
It's the commercial where the kids in the horror movie keep making stupid decisions. They're all like running around like, let's hide behind these rusty chainsaws. And the one girl is like, why can't we just hop in the running car and drive away?
Are you crazy? Yeah, okay.
How about this? There needs to be, because we are keeping track of these wins, and these wins are getting more valuable all the time, there needs to be a yearly winner, like a seasonal champion, so that there's actual stakes in there. And there has to be something that the other losers will do for or buy for the winner at the end of the season.
Is it the other two are both punished as losers, or the loser is punished?
Man, I have no idea.
I don't know if we really want to compete for second place. I think you either win or you lose. I think that makes more sense.
And there's going to be like a yearly champion. There'll be a semi-annual boat champion. And then when the podcast ends, whenever that happens, there will be a overall podcast champion who will take home the crown.
What do we do about all the wins that have accrued up to this point? Do we retroactively pick season champions or do we just start now?
We're actually right now at the cusp of a new season.
Yeah, it's about to be a new season. We're getting close, so.
Yeah, so we'll just like when that season occurs, we'll start the thing, but we can, leading up to it, be in the running for who's going to be the champion.
When it's honest, so to speak.
Not at all. It's going to continue year after year.
I'll just put that in the nay.
That wasn't even a proposal.
Nay.
Is there a reward or a punishment for boat champion? Because I do like semi-annual boat episode special champion.
You get to drive the boat home.
I don't want to drive the boat. I don't want that responsibility.
You get to sink the boat.
Ooh.
It's gonna really put a damper on what kind of boats we do these episodes on.
I propose Mark has to buy the boat then, because I don't want to have to get more boats.
Yeah, and if you sink a rental boat and you just run away, they'll never know.
Run away?
Drive away, escape, I don't know.
I feel like there might be some documented evidence of a boat being sunk if we are sinking it on a public podcast.
You could sink the boat from the shore and then leave.
They're gonna find if it's on the shore.
No, like you get a gun, float the boat out
Okay.
there, or sink the boat in the middle of the water and then just swim to the shore or something, or you get a second boat.
Right. What you really do is you get a submarine. You fire a torpedo. Well, you load your second boat with as many barrels of gasoline as you can. Drive it at your first boat. Launch a torpedo at the boat with the gasoline right as it comes into contact with the first boat. Both boats go up. No one detects you.
So we need a missile and 2 boats.
Then you self-destruct the submarine. Get out. Swim. Call of Duty cutscene style to the surface before it blows up.
Mission failed. We'll get him next time.
You don't even have to swim. You just need Orlando Bloom with an upside down rowboat down there chilling, and you climb in the rowboat and walk to the shore.
All right, what you do is you weigh the canoe down with a giant block of C4, but on the other side, so Orlando Bloom doesn't see it. So as soon as you get to shore, you go like, all right, see ya, Bloomy boy, and then you get out of there and you swim Call of Duty style, and then boop, boom, no more witnesses.
What if we just stand on Orlando Bloom as the boat, and then we sink him? We don't have to sink any other boats.
All in favor of murdering Orlando?
I didn't say murder. I said we sink him. He's an actor. He can play Houdini and get out of it.
He just summons his acting powers.
I thought you were gonna say he could play dead. He's an excellent actor. He could definitely play dead.
Orlando Bloom, I know you're a watcher of our podcast. I'm sorry. We like you.
Him and Shakira are just both shaking their heads right now. I can't believe this podcast.
She's upset that she couldn't become the mascot because she was actually excited for the opportunity.
They're both hanging upside down in their crashed cars listening to the episode. What if we get a boat trophy?
A Bofi.
There must be some kind of boaty trophy.
There's a yearly trophy that we will have in our office. We will send it to one, and they will have the privilege of that entire year bearing a trophy. And then there's a bigger boat trophy we will present on the boat, and you can also have that in your background as the boat champion. And then the final one is, I guess, an even bigger trophy.
Like one of those trophies that you see in the display case at like a high school where it's like 8 feet tall.
I propose that the editors just edit in a trophy so I don't have to put it up.
I mean, you don't have to have the trophy in your background. It's literally just like bragging rights. You could choose not to brag. That's fine.
Well, I know. That's why I'm proposing the editors put it in. So that way it's still there for me, but I don't have to do it.
I don't think we should add anything to their plates. I think they do plenty and don't need that.
That's what you could just say nay. You don't have to be a dick about it. Okay, you just say nay.
I just think you're being kind of rude to the editors.
I am, but like I'm supposed to be secret. It's secretive.
Oh, that, you know what? That is assuming that you win the trophy, which is maybe not that big of a threat. So maybe it's nothing.
That's true.
There's only 33% chance, assuming it's fair.
When is the first season championship given out? At the end of season 4? Is that what we're saying?
Yeah, the end of this season, right? Whatever we're in.
We're in the end of season 3 right now. It's about to tick over to season 4, technically in March.
Do we say May is May 17th? That's when we first launched. Is that the date?
March. Isn't it March 17th?
May 17th when we first launched. Yeah, I lost my car in March, and then we started a podcast in May.
I guess the season ticked over when we switched to video.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
The video started in March. The podcast started in May.
It's gonna tick over in end of March.
Maybe they start after the council. This is a whole new concept. We start ticking wins after the council. So there's a couple extra weeks tossed into the next season.
All right, okay, well, just like whoever, all right, that's fine. Truncated season 3.
I think whoever started the council episode should get credit for wins. So I should get the last 2 wins and be up 2-0.
Mark started this episode, not even close.
But I'm the reason this episode exists, so I should have 2 wins. Yay.
Pass.
Pass.
Abstain.
That's not nay.
Nay.
Okay, 1-1-0. I think I win.
That's not how that works.
I believe that I propose that whoever has the most successful proposals wins another trophy at the end of this tribunal and every tribunal. There's a tribunal lawmaker trophy.
Nay.
Yay?
Nay.
I don't like that idea.
I propose that I get credit for the best proposal made today. Yay.
Nay.
Nay.
I propose that, okay, instead of a winner's trophy, I propose that the person with the most shot down laws gets a loser's trophy with a big thumbs down. And they have to wear it in their background, and they have to mount it.
Nay.
With drywall anchors.
50 pounds each, drywall anchors.
I think that we should vote down targeted proposals against individual members of this tribunal.
My proposal is currently being proposed.
Is there some kind of fund that all these trophies are going to be purchased with, or who's responsible for that?
Paid for by the loser.
Mark.
No, I vote nay just because that feels spiteful. No spite rules. No spite rules. We're increasing the fairness of the show in this. We're raising everything up. We're creating champions in this episode.
That leads me to my next proposal. I propose things be built to last again and instead of being replaced and broken easily, so you have to buy parts and spend a lot of money on them.
What
did you just say?
Like, you know how vacuums and shit used to last like 20 years? Now it's like every 2 years they break, you gotta replace some part on it. I vote that we make things to last.
What about the podcast does that apply to?
Oh, is this specifically related to the podcast?
I mean, I guess we could make that a rule, but we don't have any authority outside of literally what we're doing right here.
Well, we could have if we had Shakira as a mascot and, like, I don't know, POTUS has to listen to us as one of the rules, but whatever, it's fine.
How do you know what a mascot is?
I propose that the loser of an episode, and this isn't spiteful, the loser of an episode has to be sponsored.
That's to be sponsored.
It's a loser speech brought to you by a sponsor, and they have to adhere to the sponsorship.
Do we have to get? What if we don't have a sponsor?
If we can actually get a sponsor to sponsor the loser speech, they have to bend over backwards.
With how upset we get at losing sometimes, I think that would be really funny. So I will say yay.
Yeah, and you can be sour in your loser speech, but you have to be magnanimous towards the sponsor because it's very generous of them to sponsor your loser speech, regardless of how you feel about losing.
This loser speech brought to you by the Happy Meal. Are you happy? Well, you should be.
Yes, absolutely.
I like that. That lightens the tone of the loser. I like how that's good.
Yay?
Yay!
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 If anyone would actually do that.
Yeah, if anyone wants to sponsor that, so what do we just make them up for now?
Until there's a sponsor, we'll just do what it is. It could even be like Uncle Bubba's tow truck shop, repair shop. And if anyone wants to offer to sponsor the loser segment and is on the subreddit.
What if the sponsor gives you like a read to do? Do you have to work that into your loser speech? Yes,
you absolutely have to read the talking points into your loser speech.
That's LOSERBOB.com. I feel like we think we have a lot more power over these sponsors than we do, but I would love this.
Listen, they don't have to pay a lot. This is a cheap spot. It's a real discount.
We basically pay you to sponsor us. It's so cheap.
It's a great deal.
It's a great deal.
Is there any other ways we can address fairness? Can we make rules about Wade complaining even when he's winning, even when nothing bad is happening? Anything about that? Spiteful?
No, we can't change our personalities.
Yeah, I feel like, that's stepping into territories.
That's being spiteful.
But I feel like the mute is a powerful tool, but you're in control of that. I don't know if that should be.
Yeah, I think I'm the only one who can have control of that, so that's not.
That's not true.
That's true. You can mute yourself.
That's true. You can mute yourself for all the good that'll do.
Didn't see that one coming, did you?
Oh, you know what we do need to circle back to just to maybe make it make sense. The 2-factor random win thing. You can't win on a coin flip or a wheel spin alone, but we never really nailed down what the second thing could or has to be.
2 in a row.
Yeah, let's make that, but if we want to get a wheel, I'd say we just download a wheel app on our phone. That way we all have like the same wheel.
And we'll have some sort of document that says what we have on the wheel.
Yeah, but what's the 10% punishment? That's really that's the question.
10% punishment?
Because like 30, 30, 30 of the wheel as like 2-factor. It's like 30, 30, 30. Wait, no, then that doesn't make any sense because it's always between two. Oh man, how do we?
So it could be 45, 45, 10.
Or just 50, 50. Why is there a 10?
Because the universe. Were you not listening?
What if it's 49, 49 at 2% punishment?
What is it, 2% that the host wins again and gets the host again?
That's not a punishment for anybody.
It's a punishment for the 2 competitors.
No, the reason you're giving that other chance is because the universe needs to have the ability to bitch slap any of us for daring questioning it.
It can be slim. It can be very slim, but it needs to be.
Like, do you have to ask for the second roll then? Like, you can just accept the loss?
No, this is the 2-factor.
This is the second roll.
And then it's best 2 out of 3.
Who's it punishing?
Well, we haven't decided what the punishment is.
Right, but who would it punish?
Probably all
of us. It would be bad for everyone.
So what happens if it flips to one side, but then spins to the other? What's the tiebreaker?
What if we just do the wheel? What if we say if you want to do a coin flip, if you want to do random, what if it's the wheel of distraction? And that's if you want to invoke that, you invoke that, but it always comes with
1-factor authentication.
Well, but you could say 2 out of 3 wins on the wheel, but the wheel comes with the punishment of if you're going to be so lazy that you're not keeping points and you want to make the winner random, there's a chance the universe is going to tell you to suck it up and keep track of the point. It's a punishment for resorting to that as who decided the winner.
What's the fair percentage of a rarity of that? It can't be 2. That's too low.
5?
5, it's hard to divide the other ones.
Yeah, you probably can't do like 47.5% chance or whatever.
10 feels too high.
10's too high. 10 is too high.
I mean, what if it's 6? 47, 47, and a 6% chance of punishment.
I think that's fair. It's 3% for each person. Yeah, 6% chance.
10% would be 1 in 10. 5% would be 1 in 20. It would be slightly more than a 1 in 20 chance of landing on that, which is like, that's going to happen.
And it punishes the host or it punishes everyone?
Everyone. We have to decide what the punishment is or what the punishments are. Maybe there's a wheel of punishment or something. I don't even know. It's not pleasant, and it's all of us.
Could ask ChatGPT.
We could sit on it. We could come back and think about our punishment wheel or take ideas from the subreddit or something.
Man, when is the next tribunal going to be? We have to figure this out. This is the work we got to put in. What do we not want to happen?
Well, I don't know. Eat something gross? Drink something gross?
It has to take something from us. Something we hold dear.
Have to listen to you talk about lenses? I don't know. What's the worst thing we can think of?
All right, yeah. I have to break a lens.
Oh no.
Wade, what do you cherish?
Shakira? I'm not breaking her.
This is not of commensurate monetary value, but I will on camera destroy a phone case for the phone I currently am using.
Damn.
I already have 4 phone cases for this phone, and I've barely owned it for like 6 months. But I will destroy a phone case, and I will even, I don't know, should I be able to pick it, or I won't like buy one for that purpose. It'll be a case that I bought because I wanted it, and I will destroy it. I will use scissors or something. Caveat
about this, I just remembered some of these old lenses are radioactive, and having radioactive particles enter the air is
I don't know about destroying our shit. Maybe this isn't the way to go.
Well, I think a lens is a little bit much, but I feel like a phone case for me, I'm on board with. Like, that would be sad. Even if it's one I don't use a lot, I bought it because I wanted it. And
what the hell do I cherish? Do I have to throw a chicken nugget away? Like, what the fuck am I doing?
Yeah, we could always do what I used to do for punishments back in the day is
spicy shit.
I don't know why. No, I'm talking about like the one-man show, but this would only be punishing one person. It's like you have to do a bonus episode one-man show that was written by the other members.
Oh no.
Which is like
my
so
God.
much work. But if it like, that's a punishment.
But we all would have to do one.
It could punish the host. It's kind of a punishment to the other two people to have to write that, and then have the host perform it for them.
That's a good point, because it is a punishment to everyone. Everyone has to contribute,
It just punishes the host way more.
and the host has to do the one-man show that the other two have to write.
Damn, I'm just gonna keep track of points.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. There's an easy out in this, isn't there?
I feel like that's punishment for us. It's entertainment for the audience. They win, we lose. It's rare. It could happen, but it's there, always lurking. 6% chance.
And it's like a bonus episode, not like an hour-long episode, right? So it'd
Yeah,
be...
it's a bonus. Yeah, it wouldn't take the place.
Okay, okay. There's a 6% chance if you resort to the wheel that you will have to perform a one-man show written by the other two.
Yes, and it could be about anything, everything possible. That's the risk. It never has to happen. It could not happen. The entirety Arrested Distractable, but the risk is there.
I like that.
Yay.
We should have been writing this stuff down.
Right. Yeah, yay.
I do want to say, we don't need to make this a law. I vote yay. I do want to say, as part of this, I think we should be able to audit each other's point taking. This is definitely going to be worse for me because I'm the one who's most guilty of just straight up not even keeping track of any points. But at any point, if you feel like someone is not actually keeping track of points or hasn't written things down and is just like bullshitting to avoid having to resort to the wheel, and they can't show you something where they've written something to like keep track of whatever, you could force them to wheel. I feel like this is really putting myself under the bus as more than anyone else here.
It would have to be a majority decision. Like both participants would have to agree that they felt like it was grievanced enough that the host needed to be forced to a wheel. Even if it's one favoring, I feel like in the goodness of my heart, maybe not Wade's heart, but my heart, I could see the fairness.
If it came out that it was unfair, I feel like I would also support probably Wade. Let's be honest. But so you can, but like you can't just, every episode you can't audit. But if you feel like there's unfair, if it comes up, it creeps in, you can't just get away with bullshitting to avoid the wheel. You might have to be forced to do the wheel.
This feels like work and it breaks up the discussion we're having. I vote nay.
Well, this is like the red flag in football. You know football, right, Wade? The coaches have a protest flag.
The challenge flag, yeah.
You get one challenge flag.
One challenge flag, how often?
Maybe you get 3 a year.
Then I gotta keep track of points and flags?
Yeah, that's the thing about it. You got to keep track of handshakes. You got to keep track of points.
I vote nay. I don't even keep up with what we're talking about. This is a nay for me, dog.
Listen, Wade, you don't have to keep track of anything. Just don't use this.
You guys can overrule me. I'm just voting nay. You guys can vote yay.
No, this is the thing, Wade. No, you don't have to keep track of it because this is another way for you to say this was unfair to me. I challenge at the end of the episode. You don't have to remember anything. Just if you skate through an episode and you feel, whoa, something happened in there that I didn't like, you got it. That's it. It's giving you something.
I agree. Now you two can vote yay and overrule me, but I vote nay.
That's very confusing.
Anything that gives me more work, I vote nay on.
It's giving you more power.
Yeah, but responsibility too, and I don't like that. Why are you guys appealing to me? I just voted. Vote yourselves. What do you vote?
But you get to throw a flag.
We're trying to bring you on board because we feel like this is something that could benefit you.
I'll participate. If you two rule it, I'll participate.
You're just acting like we're doing this to you and we're trying to explain to you why.
Am I allowed to vote independently from the tribunal?
Yeah, but if you complain, then we're allowed to try and change your mind.
Then I vote nay. The vote has been cast. The ballot is up in the air. It's caught. Touchdown.
When we first started about the podcast and we were like, listen, Wade, you're going to have to get a microphone. Did you go, oh, or you're going to have to show up at a time? You have to wake up. Is that what you're doing internally?
See how many responsibilities you've given me? And I've come through. You're welcome. I will keep up with the challenge flags if you two vote yay.
We'll keep up with them. We better just make it one a year. We better just make it one a year because you won't be able to cheat.
Okay.
No, the vote was 2.
Okay, Wade wants it to be 2. Wade wants it to be 2. Wade voted no on 2.
All right, yeah, you get 1 Reddit protest. You get 2 challenge flags. And 2 challenge flags aren't guaranteed because it could be anything, and it could force a one-man show. Yay.
Yay.
I vote yay.
Okay, good. I'm glad we all are in agreement.
All right, I have one last proposal. I propose that I win this episode.
You know, weirdly, I'm not instantly opposed.
Yeah, I don't have a strong argument against that. Do you have a reason, or do you just?
I feel like I was very engaged. I brought a lot of proposals to the table, and despite the fact that a lot of them were shut down, I didn't really fight them. I just kind of let it go, and I went on. I had debates for yay or nay on your guys' proposal. I just felt like it was a really strong tribunal participation from me, and I feel like I should win.
I feel like you had a lot of proposals, but I think I had a high success rate in my proposals. I think I was above 50%. I believe I was above 50%. Meaning that my quality over quantity of proposals was pretty high.
And the more each of you talk, the less I want you to win the episode. I think we should just let Wade win and stop ruining everything, because I was feeling really good about this, and now everybody's
Here, wait, let's recap what it was, and then we can talk about.
What did we agree to? We agreed there will be a semi-annual, meaning once every 2 years, boat episode.
Yes.
We agreed that there will be a season champion at the conclusion of every season, and that even though we're not technically in season 4, it starts now, and we will decide the first champion at the end of season 4. This episode, the win for this episode, is the first one that counts toward the season championship. We also agreed that there will be an overall distractible champion when this episode ends, or when this podcast ends. There will be a champion of champions who will get a tall trophy. The boat trophy is the smallest. The season champion trophy is the next biggest. The ultimate champion, biggest trophy.
Yes.
We agreed, if you want to resort to some sort of random form of deciding the victor, you must spin the wheel of distractible, or whatever. We didn't name it, but the wheel. And the wheel has a 47% chance that one person will win, a 47% chance that the other person will win, and a 6% chance of the one-man show punishment, where the host who resorted to randomness has to perform a one-man show written by the other two competitors as a bonus content episode that will be released on the channel. We also agreed that you have to keep some sort of written record, handwritten record.
I would like handwritten just because it's easier to maintain. You'd have to scribble something out or erase it to change it. You can change it. I'm not saying you can't change it, but there's a record of those changes occurring.
You can delete things in text on a computer with no record of anything having ever been there. I get that.
It's like, in boxing, you got the judge's scorecard. It's like score.
Are you cool with that, Wade?
That's fine. I'll have to get some paper or something, but yeah, it's fine.
So you should buy like a distractible journal or something. You could keep track of your one protest.
Sí.
Test and 2 red flags.
I'm gonna get a notepad, just make it really small, point notes.
But yeah, so you have to keep handwritten track of points. We have given each of us individually has one appeal to the subreddit per season. So that starts now and ends at the end of season 4. You get one time where you can appeal the result of an episode, and then when the episode is released, you make a post on the subreddit or have someone make it for you, I guess, if you really don't give a shit. They will vote and pick the actual winner, at which point the next time the person who did win is supposed to host, you steal their win. You are given your vengeance in a slightly time-delayed format so that it doesn't mess up all of our recordings. We gave each of us gets 2 red flag challenges per season, which you may throw that at any point during any episode to challenge the validity of the host's point keeping. And if it does turn out that you challenge and the host is not actually keeping track of points, it's just bullshitting, they are automatically forced to spin the wheel, thus subjecting them to the potential punishment that is part of the wheel that we already laid out. So you get 2 challenges per season. We didn't agree to this officially, but I would think we should say all of these rules exist, and each of us is responsible on our own for keeping track of and remembering what the rules are, what rights we have, and how many times we've done whatever thing. If someone uses the appeal to the subreddit more than once and the other 2 don't catch it, that's totally legitimate. If someone throws a 3rd red flag and the other 2 don't catch it, totally legitimate.
During the episode. It can't be after the fact. If like they read the subreddit, someone calls them out, right?
No, yeah. If we let it fly in the episode, that's on us.
What if we call them out and we're wrong?
They have to have some kind of proof, and you can call them out, and if they can be like, no, see, I used one in this episode, and then I haven't used one since, unless you can prove that they have actually violated, then nothing happens. You're an asshole.
I vote nay about keeping track of our own things.
Too late. That's not an official rule. That's just how things work here.
Addendum. Could I make an addendum to the challenge flag? Just because it's very much he said, she said on the, well, there's no she says here, but it's very much like your word against mine. If you're challenging the judge and they hold up a piece of paper, doesn't necessarily mean that it was fair. They have to explain it. But even then it could be like, who's deciding? So I'd say, just as an aside, it should be obvious, but in case that's not, the other competitor has the option to throw their flag and force it no matter what. Like if both competitors throw flags, challenge flags, if they agree that there was discrepancy, then the judge has no choice no matter what. But if one person throws a flag and the judge is like, then yeah, you would force the wheel. But if they have a written record and they can explain everything, then
We have to explain everything.
Ia uite ce controller mi-am luat. Stai ca.
Doamne, ce le-ai luat?
Am luat de la un băiat cu 50 de lei. Ăsta de obicei e 3 milioane.
Și care mai folosești unul?
Ce?
Mai folosești unul?
Păi, da.
Ăla au butoane, ăla este jos pe el, ăla au butoane, fără butoane?
Păi ăla e al PlayStation-ului.
Ah, am și un PlayStation acasă, care mi-a rămas CD-ul în el. Nici nu e bun.
Și ce, n-ai controller la el? Nu, mă, pe al meu, ăla vechi, fără butoane. Ia-l pe ăla fără butoane. Ar trebui să fie acolo la PlayStation, în birou sau...
good when your friends just do something nice. You don't have to he just gave you the win. For the one you won to host Wade's Little Philosophy Hour, you won fair and square. That was so long ago. That was before we even had the tribunal episode. Everything is currently before we even have the tribunal episode, except for right now. Until you end it. That's true. You two have losers speeches? No, I don't think we lost. I think we just yes. There's no tribunal losers, okay? We're all winners here. It was a very productive meeting, and good work, everyone. Wade wins. All right, feels good to be on top. Wait for my Wade Vadership where I do all of this in the next one. If you haven't already, go follow Bob at Meister, Mark at Markiplier, me, Minion 777, Lord Minion 777. Merge will be coming. That's true, actually. Yeah, that is true. Yeah, actually, there was a cool design on the subreddit that I think would be great for when the refresh occurs. All right, one day we'll find a company or a place or a warehouse, or we'll just get some sticks and leaves and make our own merch and draw on it with pretty crayons. We'll sell it to you, and it'll be very low quality, but you'll buy it anyway because you love us and you love sticks. God, you love sticks. Until then, though, podcast. What do you think, gentle listener? This episode. Yes.
Ăsta și tu, uite unde stă pentru CV?
Ce?
Ăsta e de la pe spate?
De la USB, da. De ce? Vrei să bagi controller? Da. Păi nu merge la televizor.
Pe cum?
E controller. Ăsta nu e smart, ăsta e prost.
Da?
Da.
Păi înainte pe... Cum te jucai pe două?
Păi ăsta e conectat la calculator, mă joc pe calculator aici.
Ah. Bine, bă. Da și pe se uite pe PS?
Da, e bine asta.
Vreau GTA.
Da.
Și vreau uite să mai. Nu chiar are de șmecher.
German Jesus. The weighty waiter-tater checks Jesus' RTA rap sheet, then ruthlessly interrogates him. Beeping Bob flashes in his boosted ride and bonds with Jesus over automobile damage. Muffled Mark Fishbach lurks in the eaves and nearly kills Jesus from an altar. From phallus motoring to Lenzer insurrection. Yes, it's time for You'll Never Believe What Happened. Now sit back and prepare to be distracted and enjoy the show.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to another episode of Distractable. I'm today's host as the ultimate tribal council member, Wade, joined by my tribal council lessers. Hello, Mark. Hello, Bob.
I feel like that's not what we decided and voted on, but you are the host, so.
I put in my notes, Wade wins.
Yeah, we forgot to lay down any laws about host power restrictions.
That's true. We did talk about doing that.
Oh no! I hereby declare that my power shall be forever unrestricted.
What was the qualifications for a new tribunal?
I think a 2/3 vote could institute a new tribunal at any moment.
You can think that, however...
I do think that, because I think that's what is real. I think, therefore, it is.
However, today this is not a tribunal, this is a dictatorship, and I am the leader. I am on my golden stallion of victors, and then my stallion says, "Nay, good sirs, I rule this episode."
We haven't disagreed.
Yeah, you keep arguing the same point.
All right, you guys are quabbling quite enough to
Okay.
start this episode. That's plenty of that. I'm on top, just like when you ride a horse, you should be on top, because if you're underneath and the horse is riding you, it probably won't work.
I bet you could ride a horse underneath if you got the right kind of saddle.
Yeah, just flip it upside down.
Top saddle, side saddle, and horsey Bjorn.
The Wade Tatership will take this under advisement. You know what? I'm going to assign points for those ideas.
In your notebook? You got a notebook? You got a physical notebook you're writing those points in?
I got a physical notebook and a pen.
Me too. I don't have to give it. You know what? I could give points today. Who cares?
Yeah, sure. You guys can get points. I mean, they won't mean anything, but I don't know if mine do either. But we assign them.
It might mean something once one of us hosts. You never know. You might want to stay on our good sides, Wade. If we're gonna write them down,
My God, I'm not gonna make them last. This page gets recycled as soon as this episode ends.
you're gonna destroy the evidence.
But then we will have no record keeping.
I'm keeping a permanent, indelible record unless I run out of pages, and it'll be.
I don't want to have to like scroll through. Look, I go for maximum laziness, having to move through different sheets to find the newest. the newest sheet right on. No thanks. That sounds awful. Speaking of sounding awful, how's things in your guys' lives?
Good.
So our lives sound awful. That's where we are.
You can read into it however you'd like, but Mark, thank you for saying good. That's the response you're supposed to give when someone pretends to care. You get a point for that.
Thank you. Thank you. I get a point.
Why is there a designated response to that? Why can't I know you're not actually interested in what is going on in my life, but what if I just kept it as simple? What I gave you, I just said bad, but didn't burden you with any of the information.
Then I would be like, oh, content, Bob, what's going on? Because we know when things are bad in your life, we get the greatest episode of all time.
It's not actually bad, but I am physically not well. Not like in a sick way, in like I'm old and I have a baby way. I don't know. I just hurt today. Oh, car news, everyone.
Oh.
I put a Cobb access port on my car, which is the thing that it allows you to flash a new tune onto the ECU, which is the engine control unit, which is the little computer that tells it how much fuel and things to put into. So I put a new tune on it, and instead of peaking at 13.2 PSI, my boost now peaks at about 16.5 PSI. And based on dyno testing and information from other people who've done the same thing that I did, my car should have something like 40 more horsepower than it did before I plugged this little computer in and did some wizardry. So it was very exciting. It feels dangerous.
I'm going to give you 30 points, but subtract 28 because when you said a Cobb port, I really thought you got to shove corn into your car, and I'm disappointed that that's not it, but it was still very interesting listening to you talk. So a net 2.
I thought it was a knob port so you could steer your car with your dick.
And when you said tunes, I was like, oh my God, now it plays music when you pump it with gas. So everything I thought was going on so far, I thought you shoved in corn, it would play Shakira.
I equally had different thoughts than what you intended, but just not the same as Wade's.
You know what, Mark? You get a point for your honesty.
It does play music. Does that count as something that you liked and we're looking forward to?
Sure. I just like marking things on this, so.
Yeah, it's fun, isn't it? Anyway, that's our news. And it's almost warm enough that I can put my summer tires on, so I'll have more horsepower and grippy tires.
It has been really nicely warm in Cincinnati the last few days, especially compared to like the last 2 or 3 weeks where it was all rain, snow, and miserable cold. Now it's like been a nice break.
James went to the park the other day. It was very cute. He had shoes on. He doesn't usually wear shoes, but he had shoes. Very cute.
How have neither of you commented on my background?
I don't know that we've seen you in the same place twice in the last 6 months.
But I mean, I legitimately picked the most horrifying, destitute, I'm in the roof.
I was in a much scarier basement previously, so I already won that competition.
I'm in the roof, though.
It's called an attic, Mark.
It's not.
It's called an attic.
I am in the roof.
Are you above the finished part of the house, but beneath the roof?
No, I'm not above the finished part of the house. I'm to the side of it, in the roof.
What's under you?
The first floor.
What? So you are above the finished part of the house. I don't understand.
The finished part of the house is right there. I'm pointing
What is
at it.
5 feet
Hold on. Okay. There's got to be a minus in there somewhere.
Is it an unfinished outdoor kitchen? Is that what's happening here?
No, there's the kitchen on the first floor is right below me.
Which is a part of the finished living space of the first floor. So you're above the finished part of the house.
Yeah, but there's more finished part of the house literally next to me.
Wait, am I insane or is he just lying to me? I'm confused.
So here's what he's saying. He has finished to his right and finished underneath. It's not only finished below, therefore it can't be an attic. He's finished adjacent.
I think it's still an attic.
I think technically it is too, but I'm willing to listen to arguments as to why it's not.
You know what, Mark? I'll concede you may be in the eaves.
The eaves? Yes, I'm in
Is
the
that
eaves.
better? Is that more to your
that's
liking?
great.
You're in the
Yes,
eaves?
I am in the eaves.
Watch out for snakes and apples. Is it part of the air duct? What am I seeing that's kind of like glistening in the background?
There's something kind of shiny on the... Oh, yeah. Look,
Okay,
it's
it is.
like...
Because I said look out for snakes, and then I realized there was a coily looking shimmer behind you.
You should have just put like a scary mask on a mop handle, leaned against the wall back there just to see if it was visible.
I will do that. I got this big lamp that looks like an eyeball. That's kind of cool.
If you're in wherever you are, why is this the location you chose, and how did you even find this spot? Did you actually rent a place to stay, or did you break into someone's house and you're just living in like a crawl space?
Look, I can only be so incriminating in one episode, and I already have a story to tell about how I almost killed someone. I'm gonna abstain from that until, my wanted stars cools down a little bit.
3 points for boldness.
Hey, wanting to kill someone's or almost killing someone's barely even illegal. So you're fine.
Yeah, it was purely circumstantial, but I do have a story to tell. So I want everyone to understand that it is absolutely true that calamitous things occurred to another human being and my actions got them into this circumstance.
I see why you're hiding in a dark attic and don't want to be incriminating on yourself. What have you done?
Well, the reason I'm prefacing this, because this story starts with lenses, and I know as soon as I say that, people are going to start tuning out. But trust me, this story begins with lenses.
People are going to start tuning out, but trust you, it's about lenses.
Well, number one, they gotta go to Spotify to see where I'm at, and it has nothing to do with the story that I'm about to tell. Everything is separate.
Allegedly.
This location just happens to be, it's not a convenient place to record, but I found it interesting.
I mean, it is interesting. I assumed that you just like walked through a door and there was just an area like that. How inconvenient was it to get there?
Oh, there's a door. Yeah, there's a door right there.
I have to be clear. I deducted points for bringing up lenses. Just so I did deduct points from Bob for being like, it's like talking to Wade, but you did lose some points for not mentioning lenses. Just being clear.
Did you deduct points for talking about that baby again?
Well, I think you just brought up the baby. If I deduct points for about a baby, I got to do it from both of you because now you both brought it up.
All right. So lenses, right? You guys know how in a previous episode, I put out a distress call, a bat signal, if you will, a lens signal, using my giant lens beacon on a rooftop.
Didn't you already solve that? Didn't you get one right away or something?
Yeah, exactly. But I wanted another. I want as many as I can get my hands on. So if anybody else knows of any locations of them.
Typical trillionaire greed.
Yeah, you know what? It's okay. I admit that. I want them. It is greedy, but I have a plan for them that I will not reveal until the plan is complete.
You know what? Points for boldness.
So essentially, I put out a call and people on the subreddit made posts that were like, hey, I know of one. Hey, here's a listing. Apparently, eBay has separate websites for different international markets of them. If you didn't know that, it's true. So certain listings will only show up if you go to that specific website.
I have experienced that, yeah.
Yeah, one in particular is German. The German website is ebay.de for Deutschland. You can search these different ones and you can find different items. Most of them actually do appear on the different ones, but some are only localized to a specific place. But you can still buy from them and you can still get them. So there was one listed there. Got that. That's great. Then there's other websites that are only local to different countries. So there was one also in Germany, but not on eBay. So I got in contact with this person who reached out to me and said that they found this one. And it was 6 hours away, they said.
Oh, damn.
And so this person, I went out on a limb and, I thought that they were reliable. And so the only way that I could get it is if I forwarded this person the funds and I asked if they were willing to drive 6 hours to go get this lens. And they were. And that's really kind of incredible because there's a lot of trust flying around, right? There's trust that I'm going to give this person this money that I've never met to go get this. And I mean, we did some verification steps, of course.
Here's lots of money. Go run away, and I trust that you'll come back. I do that with random strangers on the internet all the time.
Yeah, and it worked, except for the point where they almost died. So I'm going out on a limb, but hey, I'm a trusting guy, but he seemed reliable, and it seemed like something that, like, it, no red flags, right? So I send this guy the money, and I'm like, hey, listen, if you get it back to me, I'll pay you a finder's fee as well, and I'll pay for shipping. We'll talk it out. It'll be great. And so I'm very grateful because they were like, yeah, let me talk it over with my boss. Let me see what I can make this trip. And it just so happened to turn out that last night, after I'd gone to bed, because Germany is like, it's an 8-hour time difference or something like that. After I'd gone to bed, they said, I got up early. My boss said I could take off time, and I got in contact with the person that owns the lens, and they said I could come get it. So that was all good. I was like, yeah, or I didn't see this at all. But I assumed it was all good. I woke up the next morning, which was this morning, which by the time people are hearing this is a little bit after the fact, but it was this morning. Morning, and I saw a slew of messages that started with one in particular that I have to pull up. 1 second.
You know what? You get a bonus point for dramatic pause.
Okay, I have the messages. So I said, excellent. This is my message, last message to him at 6:20 p.m. Put big ominous text. So the last message I sent to him was at 6:20 p.m. I said, excellent. Sent over the funds. Appreciate you going out of your way for this. At 6:22 p.m., this guy, I don't know what his real name is. I do.
Give him a code name.
Okay, his name is Jesus.
Okay.
One died for our sins, one got Mark a lens, but they're equal in the eyes of Mark.
Here, we're going to dramatize the timeline to make this more interesting because I forgot, I didn't see that message, and this is a day later that the next message comes in because it's 10:03 p.m.
Yeah.
10:03 p.m. This is after I went to bed, right? Reporting back in for duty to keep you updated. It is currently 5 a.m. Tuesday morning. I'm starting the trip now. Reporting back in about 6 to 7 hours when I arrive. That's 10:03 p.m.
That's early.
Pretty early, but it's a 6-hour drive. They got a long way to go. 12:49 a.m. Jesus says, I've done fucked up. Please reach out to me when you find the time.
Oh, no.
I've done fucked up.
Please, no information. Just please reach out to me when you can.
Yeah.
That's not what you want to see.
What time was this? 10:40?
This is 12:49 a.m. my time.
12:49. Jesus fucked up.
This would be This would be about, like 8 a.m. his time.
Yeah, early morning, almost mid-morning.
There's more to this message. So it starts, I've done fucked up. Please reach out to me when you find the time. But don't be concerned. Still on the way to pick up the lens.
Whoa, no, wait. That's a lot of back and forth.
So far you've given money for the lens. They've taken time off of work, got approved. They're driving to get the lens. And something in this time frame of leaving to get the lens and having received the money is, I done fucked up, but still on course. Okay, got it.
Still be driving for a while. You might reach me better on my mobile. If you don't, that's totally understandable.
Is that number provided?
Yeah, the number was provided. I just didn't.
Don't share it.
I wasn't gonna. But
Okay, Mark, I don't know if you know how the internet works, but don't read that out loud.
If you guys ever believed in elitism, Mark is so famous he has Jesus' cell phone number.
I really do. And what's strange is that it's a lot more numbers than I would think a number would have. How many numbers?
Dude, European phone numbers are crazy. They're like 12, 15 numbers long.
13 numbers long. I'm like, that's too many numbers.
Bob, I'm giving you 3 points for not being famous enough to have Jesus' phone number like me.
All right, I get another message. 5:34 a.m., which is about 4 hours later. 4.5. God damn it. I can't even send videos here. I've got the lens, tested it, and secured it.
Tested it?
I've sent mentioned video to you via email. It's just under a minute long, but it's easier to explain speaking it out than writing it. Sorry for bombarding you for all these messages.
Did they have their own camera with which they could test this weird old lens?
I have no idea.
You don't need a camera. You just need salt, a tongue, and a bottle of liquor.
I mean, we all know the steps to use those, but I feel like everyone out there could use a refresher on salt and tongue.
Is it lens, salt, tequila, or is it tequila, salt, lens?
The order might surprise you. It's actually salt, tongue, lens, tequila.
Ah, right.
What are you doing with the tongue? I thought the tongue was doing all the things. The tongue is only in part of it? Where does the salt go?
We can only go so lewd on this podcast.
All right, I can share screen.
Please let me know if we can talk somehow, if you can make your time's worth somehow. I don't know. Yeah, it would be probably way more easier to explain what happened. So let me know if there's a chance. If not, then that's fine. Until then.
Super ominous, right?
Yeah, there was no info. That was just like, he was clearly very upset and or depressed about whatever had happened. Has he almost died yet in this video, or?
Oh, yeah.
He's Indiana Jones, and this lens is cursed. There's some kind of curse placed upon the lens, and when he touched it, it's like a monkey's paw, and his life started falling apart around him. I'm convinced.
I think so. So this is post crazy event occurring. Obviously, I get these messages, and I'm like, wake up in the morning. So by the time that I see it, I have a timestamp of my response for the timeline, because some people really care about the timeline. So at 8:26 my time, AM, I see these. I say, oh shit, didn't see this. And so I reach out to him on Discord, and I'm like, that's probably the best way to get an international call. I say, thanks for making the journey. Sorry for whatever happened. I'm happy to hear about it, or not happy, depending on what occurred. Sad ? Either way, let me know.
Ever supportive. Love it. Good tone.
So I get on the phone, and I'm like, he doesn't seem maimed in the video, but I don't know if maybe he had hair before the event, and it just like...
How do you think we bald?
I don't know. There's emergency balding. It's like a lizard's tail. When you gotta escape real fast, it just whoosh.
I did used to keep a glass thing on the wall in case of emergency. You break the glass to bald. I don't have that anymore, but you are right. You know what? Points for remembering that.
So I get on a call with him, and I ask him, like, yeah, what happened? Also, is the lens okay? And he's like, no, don't worry.
It's the first and only question. Where's the lens?
It's the seller. The seller was like a witch, and he had to give something away that was dear to him in order to make the transaction.
So what happened was, he was about an hour and a half into the drive, and he was listening to Distractable. He was listening to riddles and rhymes, if that helps give any context.
That's the most dangerous episode.
And he got into a car accident.
Well, at least we know he's okay. I almost just asked if he was okay, but I guess we got that information already.
He is 100% fine. I do have pictures of the event as it unfolded. I have pictures of his vehicle that I will share with you.
As it unfolded, not only was he listening to the podcast, he's also taking photos of the accident while it happened.
Oh no! Gotta snap a series of images.
So he was run off the road by someone that ran a red light, I think. Oh, look, and he forgot his coffee on the top of his car.
I'm sorry, Jesus. I gotta take off some points for irresponsibility here.
He done fucked up, but I don't think this is his fault. But I'll let Jesus explain it in his own words because I have Jesus waiting. He's always listening. But I've got Jesus, and if you guys are okay with it, I'm gonna bring him on board to tell this story.
Is he hiding in the attic with you? That's why you guys are hiding! He had to flee the country and he's in a random attic in, I don't know where you're at, Missouri?
Missouri.
Yeah, no, that's probably the place, Missouri.
Jesus has been in Missouri this whole time, everyone. We've all been wondering.
I think that's what the Mormons were trying to say. Isn't that the whole...
I'm pretty sure that's the story of Mormonism. Jesus in Missouri, that's it. You know, I think while we're waiting, we could take some time to say, don't actually listen or watch the podcast while you're driving. Probably focus on the road. We here at Distractable will not be held responsible for your bad life decisions. This is meant to be watched when you're laying in bed, sitting on the couch, at your computer, on break at work and need to pass the time, somewhere responsible. Always listen and watch responsibly. That sounds like I'm saying this is a joke, but I'm not.
You can listen to the podcast and drive.
Yeah, I don't feel like, I don't think that's our fault. I feel like that's everyone else's fault if that's a problem.
We are way too funny for you to listen to while you drive.
All
Hello,
right.
welcome.
Hi.
Just so you know, you are known here as Jesus, and we will be continuing that. That is your name.
All right.
When I first started telling the story, I forgot what your real name was, but I knew it started with a J. So I said, Jesus. Okay, so welcome aboard. You are the first, not the first, actually. We've had other confirmed cases of people getting into accidents while listening to the podcast.
Like I told you, I'm not so up to date with the subreddit, so I wasn't sure about that.
That's for the best. Though I will say the subreddit are my people, and I highly recommend you get involved with them.
All right, so can you walk us through what occurred on the morning of this morning?
Now, what is it? It's 1:46, so I'm up for about 21 hours now. So I got up at 22. I got up at 4 to get ready to start my journey. Got on the road and drove for I think it was 1.5 hours. Was chatting with my girlfriend. She was getting ready, and as soon as we hung up the phone, I had Distractable already in the queue, so it would start to play automatically, and I had a whole lot of episodes in the queue that I randomly chose, and the first one was Rhymes and Riddles, and I started to listen to that, and at the exact moment that ChatGPT started to fuck up, I got into a construction site, and it was super tight, and I was focused on the street, but I didn't see a car to my left come up, and then suddenly out of my
Peripheral vision.
Out of my peripheral vision, I saw someone coming really close, and that spooked me so much that I flinched and just hit right into the guarding rails.
And this drive, can we clarify, what were you driving for? I want to test the veracity of one of our co-hosts here.
I was driving for this.
Has it?
Oh, he's holding it.
Don't hold it like that. It's
wave it around.
Man.
Oh,
Two
yeah.
hands.
Oh, is the back cover on?
Yeah, of course it is.
Have you tried juggling it yet?
No, but I've washed it thoroughly.
You've washed it thoroughly.
Oh, good.
Salt water, right? Salt water?
I've heard you had to put it in the sink.
Yeah, dish soap works really well on lenses.
Yeah, that's what I heard. Yeah.
So I'm going to fact check you here real quick. You abandoned work to go get a lens, not even for yourself, but for an addict. You're a menace to society, driving, hitting the rails, swerving around on the road. You have terrible sleeping habits.
Don't you disparage Jesus here. He's a hero.
Am I getting these facts correct?
Apparently so, if you want to quote it like that, yeah.
10 points to you, Jesus.
What is your real name?
For English speakers, it's complicated. It's Joscha. The J in German makes basically a Y sound.
So, how you estimated? What was the estimated damages?
It's just I could be talking out of my ass, but we've had a similar occurrence in the family before where just the two doors were scratched, and that was about 4.5 to 5,000.
So you have a family history of running through guardrails.
My mom was attacked by a street lamp. That's the official story.
Okay, all right. So, do you regret it?
Kind of, because and on the other side, kind of not, because I wouldn't be in this situation. But yeah, I would have a car to use.
Well, you drove it 10 more hours, so it still works, presumably.
As someone who's been hit by a semi, which is truly a menacing thing on the road, and lost their car, I too had to drive for about another 10 seconds after impact, and driving a wrecked car is terrible indeed. You know what? Points for that.
He's getting a lot of points.
Yeah, he is getting a lot. I'm concerned. I think we should get rid of him.
I was hoping bringing you on would kind of be like, it's okay, I don't, because the lens was worth it, right?
You ruined his car, Mark.
Mark, points for ruining someone's life.
Did I ruin your life?
Bob, more points for not.
We didn't get into the estimated part. Like I said, we had a similar thing, but since I damaged the front bumper and the back bumper too, plus my side mirror is gone, I guess 7.5 and upwards.
Yeah, well, it's unfortunate that it's the whole side, because it's like front bumper, front quarter panel, door panel, the B-pillar panel between the doors, the other door panel. There's like a dozen different panels and pieces that may be bent/destroyed beyond. Yeah, that's really unfortunate.
Do you think next time you would strap the lens to the outside of the car, so that way if you got into an accident, at least the lens would take the hit?
The lens would go first.
Judging by the weight of that could work.
Oh yeah, hefted around. Yeah. Hey, you have something that Mark really values there. If you do think that he's taken something from you or caused you enough hardship, I feel like there's a really obvious way you could get back at him.
No, don't.
Right now on this show, you have the video in front of you.
I know, but I could not do that since I've prepared a little. Since I am a lens guy myself, I just can't.
Oh god. Okay, I gotta deduct a couple points for also collecting lenses.
Yeah, so that makes sense why you agreed to do this. You share the same insanity that Mark has.
Insanity?
Sorry, poor regulation. What do you want to call it, Mark? Addiction?
You don't understand. That lens is extremely rare. So the reason that I trusted him was because he found the first one that I got on German eBay. And so I was like, you know what? This guy seems trustworthy. And I sent him to his doom.
Mark was actually driving the other vehicle that forced you off the road.
I see.
He beat you home, crawled into your attic. He's just making sure you did it right.
I want all of our religious viewers to know that I marked a note here. Mark wrecked Jesus. So if you're upset, blame Mark.
We did say that if they're okay, you don't have to say where you are specifically. I already know. But what city are you in?
It is, I would say, close to Munich.
That sounds very German.
Well, in German, you would say München.
That sounds more German. Points for German.
Oh, wait. Are there points for German?
Yeah, you got something?
Ich spreche Deutsch. Nur ein bisschen, aber...
You sprinkled some German on a biscuit.
Nein! Ich spreche Deutsch. Ich kenne München.
That was good. I listened to an episode today where you were talking about the school.
Points for German biscuit.
Ich liebe Deutschland. Yeah.
My last name is Fischbach.
That's pretty German, but I don't know if that's points German.
Hola.
All right, anyway. So if there's any car repair shops in Munich that want to become the official distractible car accident listening repair shop for all of those who have crashed their car and can prove that they listened to Distractable, they can get a discount. You really don't benefit from this as much because you get a lot of business if you become the place for it.
I feel like we're taking some blame we shouldn't take and taking some sponsors we can't promise anything and also giving them nothing in return. This feels like a bad thing all around.
No, we promise nothing. We just want them to give us stuff.
Yeah.
Oh.
But we'll tell people that if they crash their car near Munich again, whether or not it's a journey for lenses, that they'll do it and we'll tell them to go there.
Or you can always, in order to get Bob and I out of this entirely, you can go over to Markiplier and be part of his car crash lens phenomenon over there.
I do wonder if I'm in some way responsible in international court for something here, in any of the words that I've said today.
I mean, other than the fake identity, family history of street lamp attacks and guardrail attacks, bad sleeping habits, all the things I listed before, I do have the note that Mark wrecked Jesus, so I think that does make it your fault.
Well, I will gladly pay for the repairs because you were going on my behalf to get a lens. That's why I want the repair shop to get cut a deal.
Go to the most expensive. Do you know any mechanics that hate you? You have any enemies that happen to also work on whatever brand car you have?
No, not that. I mean, I have a car shop right across where I work. I know that they are not super cheap, but that would be.
That sounds like a good place to start. Yeah. No, your convenience is the paramount importance for this interaction.
Mark, I gave you negative 10 points for Jesus tragedy is how I wrote it. But you got plus 8 for buying Jesus yacht. I think is what you said. Is that what you said?
I didn't say that. I did not say that. Yasha, thank you so much for going to get the lens. It means a lot, and I'm so sorry.
Only one of us appreciates that. Yeah, literally only one of us cares about that.
We are all collectively responsible for your pain and suffering, and Bob and Wade bear full responsibility for that. I bear responsibility for the car.
On top of that, you've made us waste another episode talking about lenses, which is honestly about the worst thing you could have done.
Hey, listen, now we got 2 people here that really like lenses and appreciate them for the art. It's a tool to create art, and you.
Thanks for coming to talk to us, and also, I guess, thanks for getting the lens. Maybe Mark will let me use it someday. Mark, can I borrow that lens someday?
Not at all.
Who is your favorite host, and why is it me?
I'm not answering that.
Come on.
That means it's me. Also, you heard it here first, everybody. You only average 1 accident a day if you listen to Distractible while you drive, which is not that many.
Well, thank you so much. You get to sleep because it's late there, and then just let me know what the estimate is, and please go to a back alley shop that's like very cheap. So, like, what car do you have? Probably a cheap one, right?
Yeah, sure.
What is it?
An Audi.
Oh, those are cheap. Cheap German crap. That's what I've heard. They don't have good engineering over there or anything. Yeah.
So one of a kind exclusive model released in the late 90s that you really can't find parts for very easily now.
Are you talking a 99 Toyota Corolla? I love, man, what a beautiful car. I'll buy you a new one.
Mark, you're looking at millions in repairs.
Okay, all right. Well, goodbye. You gotta go before this gets more expensive. But thank you so much. Really appreciate it. And we're glad to tell your story. But in the future, find less ominous ways to leave messages at 1 a.m. because waking up to I done fucked up.
I know. I'm sorry.
Call me at your earliest convenience.
I like your style. I think you did it the best way you could have.
I was just so adrenaline rushed. I didn't know what to say, and I did well.
Well, thank you very much.
Goodbye, Jesus. See you hopefully in many, many years. I hope it's a long time. I don't want to die.
I'll make sure of that.
Well, farewell.
Bye.
Interesting. I really appreciate his style of information giving.
Mm-hmm.
Just the tiniest little morsel of barely even information whatsoever, just enough to be like, yeah, you probably should call him.
Well, he's got to be careful. Based on his location, it looks like there might be 3 street lamps within listening distance, so he can't say too much.
So for the moral of the story is, it was so worth it to go get it. If anything, it makes the legend of these lenses even more incredible, so people can appreciate it for what it is, and I think that I'm owed an apology.
You know what? I do think a good story makes something that might otherwise be not the most exciting thing in the world more interesting, and that lens, it's not even done. Now it has to travel across an ocean. I don't even probably 2. I don't even know. Goes all the way around the whole thing and then gets to your doorstep, presumably. So, but it's still just a lens, Mark. I'm trying, but.
Well, as an addendum, as a final piece for this small talk, maybe big talk if you really think about it, is there's another person going to get another lens.
Oh God, Mark, what are you doing here? You're just sending out bad things into the universe every which way.
Mark's got his own Amazon force of not delivering packages, but retrieving lenses out there.
And here's the thing, this one's in Austria, so see how that goes. But I just gotta say, if anyone out there knows of another location of 135 F2, I will pay. I will compensate you for any pain and suffering that you incur.
Just go have the most hapless adventure. As long as you end up with one of these lenses, it's an all expenses paid trip, baby.
Dear listeners, dear viewers, if you can't tell that this man has a problem from this episode, don't listen to his words. Don't feed his addiction. He needs our help and support right now. If you know a facility where people can recover from lens addiction, I hadn't heard of it before, but clearly it's real, please let us know, because we need to send Mark there immediately, because he hasn't learned, and he's putting all of you in danger for his machinations.
You can only send me there if you can find me, and I'm changing my locations faster than I'm going to be changing lenses.
Yeah, he's clearly at an undisclosed location right now, so that's tough.
Where is Markiplier? If you guys know, let us know. The manhunt's beginning.
So anyway, thus ends my small talk. I have facilitated events around the world. I'm an international influencer.
Well, Wade, what's your episode idea? Let's get into this.
All right, today's episode is over. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. I don't know, what do I do with like the extra 10 to 20 minutes we would have? I've got my pad is full. I can't fit anything else on here.
Once the pad is full, that's it? It's over?
Once the pad is full, it's over.
Should have got a bigger pad, I think.
I wasn't prepared to host our first, interviewee? Victim of Mark's addiction? Guest? What's the word I used for this?
Guest is definitely the correct word. I feel like that's not a tough one.
I think, it's more of like a testimony, if you think about it. What do they call that when someone goes up on the stand?
Oh, on the stand in court would be witness testimony, but that was really more of a deposition. Wasn't under oath, though, so it was sort of an impromptu, informal deposition.
Okay, fair enough. It was a trick of a deposition where it's like, where you're telling lies, but you're like, oh, your friends already ratted you out, except I only incriminated myself.
How many of these lenses do you want, Mark?
How many is enough, Mark?
How many are there?
As someone who doesn't know and really doesn't care, I have no idea. Do you know?
I don't.
Is there any way to tell how many there is?
I really don't know. You'd have to go to the company and ask them how many they made. But honestly, it's not that many. I'm not saying like it's 10 lenses total, but at this point, after this many years, not that many have survived to get to this point. Now maybe they made thousands. I have no idea, but I don't think so, because they're really hard to find. Like two were in Germany, one's in Austria.
Are you going to open the Markiplier's Minolta Lens Museum?
No. I have a plan.
Honestly, at this point, I'm really curious to see what your plan is, because there's a lot you're going way out there on this one. You're reaching out.
All right. Well, if you don't want to share any more info, that's unfortunate. Let me look at the points here. Bob, you were at a disadvantage on this episode because, well, it was kind of dominated by Mark and his lens talk the whole time. However, you accumulated exactly 20 points.
That sounds like less than I would have expected, but I'm not questioning your handwriting.
I'm at a net -5, if it makes you feel any better.
But Jesus got a lot of points. I don't even know if I'd be him.
Now, I'm giving you the initial total. There's some other things here to go along with this. So you earned 20. Mark, I have you earning 5, 10, 15, 23. Jesus earned 5, 10, 15, 18. Mark, -2 points for talking about lenses and -1 for bringing up the baby. Bob, you lost 2 points for talking to Wade comment. Oh, yeah, whenever you were like, it's like talking to Wade about the annex, the attic thing, whenever Mark was describing it. And you lost 1 point for baby because Mark wanted you both to lose points for baby. Jesus lost 3 points for something. 30 points for the combination of abandoning work for a lens, being a menace to society, bad sleeping habits, questionable podcast choice, having a fake identity, and family history of street lamp attacks. Minus another 3 points for bringing up lenses and collecting lenses. Plus 10 points for... I can't even read what it says, Wade something. Ultimately, Jesus' total was -8 after deductions.
Good God.
Bob, your final was 17. Mark, you also lost another 10 for causing the Jesus tragedy, so your final total was 10 points, making Bob the winner.
All right, I feel pretty good about that.
It's all written down.
I just, even though I nearly sent someone to their doom for glass, I feel like in the past, in the past, on Distractable, it's been like, wow, man, this guy brings a crazy story to the table for a whole episode. Usually they would be the winner.
You weren't, I think the problem is, Mark, you weren't upset enough. It was a crazy story, but you had just had to be catastrophically angry.
And in Jesus' own words, he regrets doing this.
I
Am I allowed to be honest? Yes, I kind of regret it. At least I would still have my car.
It was funny is because he told me that he was gonna take the train originally, because in Europe they got trains and good public transit,
sure,
and all kinds of things.
Getting a lens for someone from Ohio by riding a train means it will be derailed and horrible things will happen in Pittsburgh.
If anyone's in Ohio and they want to get a lens, please contact me, go by train, and tell us the story. If you survive. But yeah, the prices apparently doubled from it was like $40 for 40 euros for a ticket, and then overnight it doubled. And he was like, I'll drive. It'll save money. And now he's $7,500 in repairs later.
I want to throw this out there too. Going and having horrible things happen in pursuit of lenses or other distractible endeavors is not a way to get onto this podcast. This is kind of a one and done circumstance. We thought it'd be fun. Don't go be chaotic in hopes of landing a spot here.
But if someone has already experienced an insane adventure, like the most incredible adventure,
then Markiplier needs content. He's only uploading one video every other day. He needs you over there at Markiplier on YouTube.
I need it. Yes, please.
Mark, do you have a loser speech?
I may have lost. I may have lost the first episode back after the tribunal under the new rule set. And it was probably fair. I think this might be the most accounting Wade has ever done in his life.
Oh, for sure.
But hey, I'm up one lens, and I will just say this. There are those of you who believe in the lens cause as much as I do, and I know that you're fighting the good fight, and I'm going to keep fighting the good fight. I don't care how many episodes I lose, so long as I get another lens, and that's all that matters. So if you're out there, post on the Reddit about it and get in touch with me, because we got lenses to find, and we got cars to hopefully not crash, and trains to possibly derail. We're going to tear down the fabric of society for these lenses. You and me, every one of us unite under the lens!
This is a man wearing all black, hiding in a random annex, screaming about lenses while he throws his career away. Be careful what you do.
Throws his career away.
Yo, what about throwing my career away?
What did I zone out while he was saying something important?
Have you seen the subreddit and their dislike of his lens talk? He's tarnishing his, I wouldn't say gold reputation, what, bronzy reputation for lenses?
I know that there are dozens of us lensers out there, and we are going to unite. We will not stop until everyone respects the glass. We're going to post on the subreddit if you're a lenser, because we're about to create a movement. We're going to change the world. And not if you're into Canon FDs. Get out of here. Those are overrated anyway. We don't want you. The Canons are like, they're not even that good. Okay, everyone's like, oh, the Canon. Who cares? Go away. We don't want you. I don't want you. But any other lens.
The lens exclusivity is beginning.
All right. Okay. If you're into Canons, that's fine. You can be part of it, so long as you actually understand where it is in the pecking order.
Just know you're a lesser member.
Yes, exactly.
Just know that you suck a big ass.
Exactly.
Bob Winner's speech. I'm going to cut this off immediately.
I feel good about winning, but I feel an emptiness inside me that I hope I someday will be able to fill with something that I love so much that I endanger the lives of others.
I hope that your child one day fills that hole.
I enjoy, no, different kind of hole. That hole's filled. I got plenty of child hole fillage. I enjoy Mark's lens talks.
I hate that phrase.
You made me say it. The only downside is that I know that there's nothing in this world that I am as passionate, bloodthirstily, mercilessly dedicated to as Mark is to his lenses. And I only hope that someday something gives me that amount of dedication and just blind headfirst pursuit. I don't know if it's going to be car parts or rare phone cases or what. There's got to be something for me.
Have you heard of Raid Shadow Legends?
Oh, I know about Rady Boy.
If you use my code, you can get...
Oh, okay.
You know how many, if I got back into mobile games, or you did, they have referral codes in some of those apps. Do you know how many extra points we could get if we just put that out there?
What if we made our own mobile game and we could just God mode ourselves?
That's so hard.
No, Mark, what you got to do is you got to find a mobile game savant to just help you crap out the best mobile game ever created. And then it's only hard if you don't have a savant on your side.
Man, that's a reference no one will ever really understand.
A private reference that nobody knows. They'll get it.
Well, thank you for the meantime. Thank you, boys. Thank you to Jesus, whose real name I believe was Pushka.
Yasha.
Just Jesus. I don't know. I tried. Thank you to Jesus for joining us. Jesus, if you're watching this in the future, which hopefully you're not out looking for lenses and you're still being a dedicated viewer of the show, you finished with an astonishing -8 points. Please do better. Mark, 10 points in this long an episode, kind of underperforming. Bob, 17's pretty strong, so congrats on the win. As your host, I finished with -5, so honestly, I'm letting us down too. So we'll do better next time. Hopefully no lenses, but if there are, that's what we're about these days. You can find Mark at Markiplier, or you can find him looking at every garage sale across the United States for lenses. You can find Bob at MySkirm, looking to fill holes. You can find Jesus probably in heaven, I don't know, or on earth driving around looking for lenses. You can find me at Minion777 or Lord Minion777. Until then, podcast out.
Hey guys, guess what?
What?
We're rich.
All right.
Go on. I like this.
We're rich. We're rich.
Lens rich?
We're rich. We're rich.
Okay. Yeah.
We're rich. Is this not ringing any bells?
Oh, this is that moment in Clue where Tim Curry discovers the bag of money.
No. We're rich. I'm just Deep Rock Galactic, you know, when the dwarves go like, we're rich. We're rich. We're rich.
Was it Rock and Stone?
I haven't played that game in a hot minute.
Anyway, it's a reference. But we as Americans are now rich.
Oh, sick. Who said so?
The news said so because guess what? Hold your balls because this is about to get wild. 2.34 billion metric tons of rare earth elements discovered in Wyoming.
Oh, that is good.
It is good.
That's important.
Yeah.
So Wyomingans are rich?
No, Wyoming's part of America. We split that evenly.
They're going to share it with the rest of us. Yeah.
Yeah.
Go on. When do we get our cut?
Oh, I don't know, but they got to start mining it. So it'll probably be like dividend payments over a long period of time. And then we'll be getting them checks in the mail or something like that.
Okay, like $1 billion each, or how much?
The estimate is, and I'm not 100% sure, this is all just conjecture, but the estimate for the 2.34 billion metric tons of rare earth elements is about a few quadrillion dollars.
I'm sure there won't be any huge fights about that or anything. I'm sure there aren't like corporations swooping in, trying to buy up land, trying to drink your milkshake.
Yeah. I don't think you can slurp rare earth minerals through a straw, but it's pretty cool.
That's what makes them so rare.
All right. Okay. You guys don't seem to be getting the magnitude of what this means for all of us, right?
Is it like a magnitude 4?
It's bigger.
I do actually appreciate what this means. Rare earth minerals is what you need to make fancy computer stuff. My understanding is that, like most of the rare earth minerals that are currently available are in China.
Yes, exactly.
Sometimes, all of the time, we're not so chill with them is kind of the problem. They're not a big fan of American companies or people.
Yeah.
Sometimes.
So I want to put this in perspective for you guys because you don't seem to realize how earth-shatteringly important this is. China had the previous lead, a monopoly on rare earth elements and minerals and whatnot. Guess how much they had?
They had approximately 12.29% of the global rare earth production.
Yes.
In 2023.
At 44 million tons.
So what is a rare earth mineral specifically? What are we looking at?
Medium rare, well done.
Yeah, like can we eat?
Certain elements that are necessary and certain like compounds that are necessary to make advanced components. You've got your lithiums and whatnots and your various little boodly-doos and you got your dioxides and your and your
Is this land for sale? Can we buy it before they scoop it up and start doing this?
Yeah, Mark, are you ahead of the game on this one? Can we make an investment?
I've been buying land in Wyoming for years now because it was cheap, dirt cheap. No one was. All right, so this actually is a bigger deal than people think because, okay, China had a monopoly with 44 million tons. We just found 2.3 billion.
Yeah, but you got to get it out of it's in the earth.
Yeah, of course.
Which sounds hard. Is it not as hard as I think? You seem to be not worried about that.
Yeah, well, people have been doing it for a while, and, environmental impact be damned. There's money to be made, and there's progress to be had. So, essentially, and I don't know, this is 2.3 billion tons of raw material. I don't know how much it will refine down to, like, it could be a significant fraction of it, but what it means is that China no longer has a monopoly on these things.
No, in fact, they've got only like 2% of what we have. Is that good math?
That would be the approximate math if it was 100% pure 2.3 billion tons. America bought 75% of China's supply of rare earth elements and minerals. Now America doesn't have to do that anymore.
So as long as we get purity rings and put it on the rocks and make sure it's not having any unprotected early sex, then we'll be quadrillionaires.
So the people who lived on and owned that land up to this point, they're definitely going to reap the benefits of this, right? Nothing bad is happening to them.
Yeah, definitely.
They've already been killed. The bodies are gone.
It's already happened 3 times. We're on the 4th family whose family has ranched this land for decades.
It's haunted at this point. Very impure. Very terrible.
That reminds me of there's a Reddit story of someone talking about how they worked for someone who owned a lot of land, or they knew someone who owned a lot of land or married into it, and they asked their parents oh, how'd you get all this land? And they went, oh yeah, my grandpa, he shot everyone else who had land and took it. And this was before there were cops or laws or anything. So yeah, he just killed everyone. And that's how he got it. Glad those days are over. They're getting me. I'm back.
You're spreading the secrets of the rare earth elements, Mark.
So you guys don't seem to be impressed.
Question. You don't necessarily know this either, but rare earth minerals, whatever, rare earth stuff, everything that falls under the category of rare earth elements is actually not equally valuable, is my understanding.
Yes.
Do they have any idea if we have the good kind or the useless kind of rare earth stuff?
It's the good kind. As far as I can hear, it's the good kind.
What are the good elements? Is it plutonium, uranium?
Those are not rare.
Talc?
Talc.
The periodic table, uranium, plutonium, talc.
Talc, oatmeal, uranium.
Sedimentary.
Yeah. It's apparently good. I don't know how good, but it's apparently good. And people that seem a lot smarter than me talking about it seem to have the idea that it's going to change the entire power balance in the world. Oh, I got a list.
Ooh.
Holy shit. I actually have a list. Scandium, lanthanum, cerium, praseodymium, neodymium for magnets. That actually is incredibly important.
Hey, magnets. Yeah, no, we need magnets.
Aren't those useless when they get wet?
That's true. I heard that somewhere.
Yeah, you're right. But they'll dry them out. Don't worry. It's in Wyoming. Very, very dry. Yttrium, europium, gadolinium.
Europium? What about USium?
Huh?
That's actually what they call it here. Technically, it's called europium, but we call it freedomium.
I think there actually is like an Americum element or some shit like that.
Americanum. Offspring sang about that.
Dysprosium.
Dysprosium.
Dysposium. That's what they did with the family that owned it.
You right. Thulium, ytterbium, lutetium.
Lutetium? I love lutetium.
They got uranium. They've got uranium and thorium.
Is that like uranium-235 and uranium-236?
They got uranium oxide in its U3O8 form, and then they got uranium oxide in its UO2 form.
Sure.
And thorium dioxide, they have that as well. Technically, scandium is scandium discandium trioxide. Lanthanum is dilanthanum trioxide. Cerium is in its form. This is the form it's in.
Oxide keeps getting into all this shit. I feel like oxide's really ruining the party.
Well, yeah, because these are mostly metals or metal forms, of elements. And so, yeah, they oxidize.
Don't we all?
Oxocodize.
Yeah, they oxocodize. Yeah, so those are what's been found, and it seems pretty good. And it's going to make it so that America continues to be the technological center of the world and will retain the power of everyone. New World Order?
As a stable country that cares about all of its citizens equally, I'm excited for our country to have that kind of power.
You won't believe it, guys, but I have to go to the door. You won't believe it, but I'll be back.
All right, so wait, right? Yeah. This is
Handshake?
big.
Deal?
No, not. There's no deal to be made.
All right, we shook on it.
I didn't shake.
Oh, this seems like a big deal. It seems like a huge deal. 44 million versus 2.3 billion, and that was the previous world leader. I can't wait for the prices of everything to go down. We are going to experience a great boon in economy, and everyone's going to benefit. And I'm sure that greedy corporations won't ruin this for us.
Probably. This is such a significant find. I believe the American government is going to swoop in and be like, no one else is getting this. We are doing this ourselves.
Well, our government's very stable, and I think that's a great idea. I think that they should be the ones in power. I remember them talking to Mr. Zuckerberg about bringing internet to the country, and by the country I mean the boonies, and therefore I'm sure they know what they're doing when it comes to technological innovations and resources.
The thing is, though, the general elected government is obviously, the capabilities are here and there, but people often underestimate just how high up the expertise goes in certain departments of the government.
The CIA?
Yes, but I don't think they're in charge of this. But there are departments full of people that are like at the top of their field, incredibly capable. Underestimating them is often a mistake.
How do we become part of that?
What field are you top of?
I'm pretty malleable. I'm ready. Put me in, coach. Let's see what I can do. Sub me in.
I love your eagerness. You know, a military recruiter would love to hear from you, I'm sure.
I'm too tall and I got bad feet. They just want to duct tape me to a tank if I go to the military.
You're going to be tank armor. They just strap you on there.
They're like, oh, feet like that, body like that. Just duct tape them on the front, bullet sponge.
That ass, mortar rounds will bounce right off of that. All right.
If only. Or I could catch them and recycle them.
How are you gonna
spread me wide, coach?
You just got your head leaned over the top opening. You're like, oh, got another one. Blah.
Just a mini game where my bare ass is sliding around catching mortars.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Well, you have a keen understanding of how the military-industrial complex occurs.
Hey, I'm sharp. Like a tic-tac.
Who's crying? Why is Henry crying out there?
Hopefully no more shit. Well, if his little belly and intestines aren't doing well, he might need to go out again.
He might. Yeah, you might be right. Let me see if...
I'll hold down the fort. I'll do it.
All right, you do that.
All right, 10 points to me. I think that's fair. How y'all doing? I know that we understand each other, 100%. Especially those of you that are part of the subreddit. My fans know no bounds, and we have a mutual respect and understanding of what's fair. And I just want you all to know I appreciate you having my back. These guys, they're all about those lenses and life and whatnot. Me, I'm just here to have a good time. And I think you guys are too. That's why we get along so well. So it's nice having a moment, just us, for me to say thank you for having my back. That being said, it's a little contentious sometimes, you know, at least on the outside. Mark, Bob, and I, though, we're good. Even whenever, like, horribly cruel, unfair injustices occur. I knew what I was signing up for with this podcast. You guys know by watching those things happen. Sometimes it's for the meme, sometimes it's funny, sometimes it can go a little over the top, but all in all, if there's ever a problem, we will handle it internally and you guys don't have to so viciously attack. But I do appreciate y'all having my back. But end of the day, we're just three friends hanging out, having a good time, and you guys are a part of it and get to see our shenanigans and listen to our conversations and witness the horrible atrocities these two commit against me. But it's okay, because it's fun. You guys know I stir the pot intentionally sometimes. Like, there are times I'm really just cranking it up a notch because I want to see if I can break them. Because as sweet, nice, and innocent as I am, I'm also horribly cruel and evil, but like in a nice, positive, heroic way. I guess we can wait for them to come back now, but I just wanted to take a moment while we had it to share that with you, listeners and watchers. And even those of you pirating our content, you know, I'm not a big fan of that, and there's people out there that will put an end to it. But some of you will watch this in a place you're probably not supposed to. And just want you to know, I appreciate you caring enough to watch or listen.
Ah.
or listen. Just maybe don't do it from stolen sources. That'd be nice. Be a great, let's say birthday present, but it's not my birthday. Be a great today present. Sometimes it's just nice to have today present. Give someone you care about a today present. Just because. See, it's caring.
Oh, he's not back?
Just us.
Eh?
Just us. Just you, me.
Ah, I see you.
All right, so here's the thing. That timing could not have been better.
Oh, hey, where's Mark?
Mark popped in, went, he's not back. And I said, nope, just us. And he said, okay, see ya. I swear to you, the door closed. His door stopped moving the moment yours opened. It was that tight. Mark, the moment your door stopped swinging closed, Bob appeared. It was beautiful.
I don't believe it. There's no way. Look. It's a lens.
I thought you had a hot dog wrapped in aluminum foil, I'm not gonna lie, but a lens is also...
Is it a fancy lens?
Look at this, though.
Ooh, is that Arby's?
Nuts?
Nuts. So I ordered food delivery, and because in my brain I was like, oh, they got, mixed nuts. That's good to have. So I put in 2 pounds, not thinking in my head what 2 pounds of nuts actually was.
I'll show you 2 pounds of nuts.
So I have so many... I have so many nuts.
And we can see it every few seconds when your camera doesn't blur.
Yeah, I think it thinks these are eyes, which is a little disturbing.
The demon behind you wants to be in the frame. Yeah, how did that discussion go? You guys talk about stuff?
Yeah, New World Order. Wade's going to join the military as a tank mortar repelling. He's going to be duct taped to the front of a tank.
I'm going to soak bullets with my body and catch mortars with my asshole.
Just to give you a sense of where I am, you just said duct tape, and in my brain I went, ooh,
duct tape, woo,
everything that duct tape, woo.
Oh, okay, I get you. That makes sense.
Now it's time for more duct tape.
Whenever I hear that, I don't think of like DuckTales the show. I think of the Game Boy.
The tune from the Game Boy, like the original Game Boy, yeah.
Like this really low.
Is that the one where like Donald like hops around on a cane, like it uses like a weapon?
Donald?
Isn't Donald Duck in
Donald?
Donald Duck is not, in fact, in DuckTales, I don't believe, no.
In my brain, in the Game Boy game, you hop around as Donald Duck on a pogo stick. Maybe I think I'm remembering incorrectly.
I think you are, sorry.
That's okay.
Is it Get Out technology that we like time? Is that what we're recording right now?
Or nuts, if you have tech or nuts.
Wait, did you just put your lens in a dry box?
Yeah, of course.
Oh, sick.
It's been very rainy, so I wanted to get it in there like right away, just in case any moisture got in.
I have this cord that I use to charge my phone.
Wow.
That looks very long.
Ooh, ASMR nuts unraveling.
Very nice, yeah. So anyway, yeah, there's a lot. The whole world's gonna change. China's gonna go bankrupt. War will break out over these resources, and Wyoming is going to be invaded.
That sounds reasonable.
And that's the end of that.
Yeah.
How much time did that eat?
Well, considering you guys were playing musical chairs and doors for about 5 minutes, I would say that's at least a solid 13 minutes of actual discussion.
Well, okay. All right. Imagine that these things are the new oil, right? These are the new oil. This is what people want, because to make more advanced things, there's a whole field of science that people are only just starting to crack, which is basically creating different compounds of metals that have different properties than the metals themselves, but in ways that are extremely hard to do. So do you know how an LED works?
It's a diode, and light emits from it because of electricity.
Yes!
So that's how that works.
So Veritasium just had a really good video that was about the blue LED. You know what I mean?
Oh,
have you seen that one?
The blue LED was very difficult to manage. I do know that.
Oh, the bled.
Exactly. Yeah. So the reason it's difficult to manage is because how light emits from a light emitting diode is because there's very specific materials that hold. This is the thing about semiconductors, is they're semiconductors because you can Essentially, this is boiling it down too simply, but you can control how they conduct electricity. And so it's similar in an LED. You have one side that is more positive, so more positively charged. One side is more negative, and you have a space in between for electrons to jump between. That is called the band gap. And when an electron jumps between, it emits light as a release of energy as it travels between the two materials. So this is, in a sense, finding materials with the right size band gap creates a wavelength of light. And that is a physical property emitting from a combination of materials that wouldn't ordinarily occur in the world and taking advantage of these properties. This is, by extension, is how a lot of technologies are made, by exploiting how these materials interact in ways that are controllable to produce the desired results. This light, and then a light of a specific wavelength, wavelength.
Boats have waves that hit them.
is by finding the right material combination. So with other metals like
Wavelength.
Look at his eyebrows go. Holy shit. Oh my God. People got to tune in just to look at that.
So proud of that one.
Yeah, I was.
Your forehead okay? Did it hurt?
You got great face action.
Well, until I get my my brow lift, yeah, we're good. Gonna sag it a little bit more, yeah.
So all... The fuck?
I like how it went out of focus as you turned your head.
I swear I heard footsteps like approaching my door. I'm like, I think it's the rain picking up.
It's the nut man come to reclaim his nuts.
So all these things require different materials to work with and different materials to interact with and to create and fabricating them or like getting them out of the earth is one thing. Then you gotta like fabricate them and refine them and put them into the right orientation, combine them with other materials. You need these rare earth materials, which are not actually that rare, but
not anymore.
Yeah, now they're just earth materials.
So that's it, you know?
No, I mean, I could see how that's pretty cool. This is something that I don't know very much about, but I do know that it's been a problem that China had such a dominant supply of them. I'm sure it won't be a problem that we have a dominant supply of them. I'm sure we're cool. We're cool, right?
America is the good guys.
We cool. We cool.
Yeah, that's right.
We all know.
We are so cool.
Good evening, gentle listener, and welcome to Distractable. This episode, Bogus Bob is fearless before computerized competition and gives the perfect synopsis of Helldivers. Malevolent Morning Mark has canine calamity, analyzes and explains AI operations. And Jack, you what now? Wayfish Wade is his family's funkle, buys into fully earned hype and shows his pussy. From vexillology to freedom-loving heroics, yes! It's time for This Is Our Roman Empire. Now sit back and prepare to be distracted and enjoy the show.
Hello and welcome to another episode of Distractable. I'm your host, I think. I am hosting, so that's what's happening anyway. If you've never seen the show before, I'm a host. Wow, holy crap. Never seen the show before? I'm hosting because I won the last one. Clearly because I'm such an eloquent speaker. And my two fellow people here, Mark and Wade, are going to be competing in this episode.
To be clear, I think you won last episode because you lost
I'm the best.
less points than
Because I'm
Mark
the best.
did.
Yes, I'm very good. Yes, excellent. You know, considering how much of a belligerent host you have been in recent memory, I feel like you're really jumping in a lot and stepping all over me pretty early on in this episode, Wade. I feel like you could mind your tone a little bit better.
Can I have points for that?
No. And I do have a pen, and I do have a paper, so I'm not going to get in trouble today, but we'll see how long that lasts. Anyway, if you have never seen the show before, I host, I pick a winner. We made a constitution last time. This is a summary from the subreddit, so I hope it's accurate. There shall be a semi-annual meeting of the three fellows on a boat. Once every 2 years, we'll have a boat episode.
We get a boat? Hell yeah.
Why didn't you say hell yeah when we were literally making that law? That whole the whole episode, you were just like, I hate this. That is dumb. I hate this. This is dumb. And then we said boat, your favorite thing, and you said nothing.
We literally put that in as like an appeasement for you because we were like, oh, Wade loves boats. He'll be into this. If you want to see a summary of all the rules of Distractable, there are several versions of our Constitution. The main thing is you have to keep track of points on a notepad now. There's going to be no favoritism. There's going to be no unfairness. The rules are still made up, and the points still technically don't matter. Oh yeah, and there's something about red flags.
The theme park?
Yeah, red flags over Atlanta. Dude, a red flag theme park would be so wild. You just go, while you're waiting in line for a roller coaster, and just like you see in the distance, just like explosion.
Isn't that what you get in soccer whenever you misbehave? That's a card.
You're on it today, Wade. I love it.
Hey, I'm here physically.
But are you here mentally? 1 point for honesty.
I've been witnessing like just this. It's like two AI chatbots talking to each other right now, like watching the two of you. Bob will say something, Wade just completely unrelated. Bob has to spin off of it.
You know, AI stands for intelligence, which means we have some.
Oh, dude, we've got AI stuff to talk about today.
We do, yes.
Don't ruin my small talk.
Yeah, there's 0% chance that your small talk was going to be about the thing that Mark and I are both excited about. But anyway, yeah, that's how the show works. We're moving on to the portion that we do usually before we get into the meat of the episode. Small talk, though. Mark, I'm excited to talk about the thing that you're excited to talk about, I'm imagining. So I'll let Wade go first so we can get that out of the way.
I was just on vacation in Florida with Molly's family. It was very nice, and I ate lots of fish. And I apparently won the title of Fun Uncle. I'm Funkle. However, my nieces were trying to find names to call me that they thought would offend me. They're like 4 and 6. And they're like, Uncle Bald Unicorn Butt Poop Head. And then at some point, I don't know why they said this, but they said Big Daddy. And I had the visceral, oh no, don't call me that. They were like, oh, so Big Daddy's what we call you?
That's the winner then, yeah. How many Big Daddies did they drop on you over the course of the trip?
Dozens, if not 100.
Were they doing this in public? Were other adults around at some point when little children were referring to you as Big Daddy?
Mostly not, but there were times where it dropped. Yeah, and it's like, kids. Oh God.
That's a good way to react so that no one's concerned about it. Yeah, that'll really dispel all of the third party concerns.
Just lock eyes with the nearest stranger and like, don't worry, they do that all the time. But only at home in private. But
I learned my lesson though. Whenever a child says something absolutely horrible, you cannot show fear.
They can smell fear from a mile away.
Molly and I had a Valentine's Day lunch at one of our honeymoon spots, which was cool. It was unrelated. We don't really care about Valentine's Day. It just happened to be the day that we had off. Then we came back to Cincinnati and it was like 60 degrees colder. And it was one of the worst blizzards I've ever driven through.
Yeah, that was cool.
Yeah, that was like Friday, whatever the date was. It was a Friday. Just like horrible blizzard, slush, 1 foot visibility. The road, nothing. Like the salt truck went through, nothing happened. It was just piles of snow and I'm sitting there just sliding my way around trying to get home on the highway. It was terrible.
I drove around in the blizzard a bunch, mostly for fun. It was cool.
I drove back in the dark of night with Molly and the dogs in the car, hoping that I was in a lane, and many times I was not.
Did the dogs go with you on the trip? Why did you have the dogs?
Were they just on the side of the road, or did you drop them off to have fun?
They were at my mom.
I thought just, you let them hunt for a little bit.
Yeah, we found a tent on the side of the road. We just zipped it closed. We're like, they could probably survive for a week.
Hunt small game. Don't forget, hunt small game. You're low to the ground. You're a mouse hunter.
That would be them. I think that if we died, they would eat us.
I mean, most animals would, even dogs. But dogs apparently wait the longest to eat you.
Real quick, this is a small aside. This only seemingly happens Monday nights. It hasn't happened in a while, but you see this like red mark on my lip where I like bit my lip in my sleep? I only do this before podcast recording days, and I wonder if it's some kind of like trauma you all have instilled on me that I bite my own lip to try to maybe get out of being here on Tuesdays. What have you done to me?
Why is it instantly our fault? That's quite a leap.
Well, I don't know who else to blame. It can't be my fault, so it's gotta be someone else. I'm blameless.
The lie was so hard it pushed me out of focus. I don't know what.
Mark went flying across the room and lost focus. Well, that sounds like a lovely trip. Great job, Wade. 1 point for having small talk. Go ahead, Mark. I'm very excited about yours. 2 points for Mark having good small talk.
Thank you.
It hasn't even happened yet.
It's fair. Fair is fair.
Henry done shit himself.
Oh, right. I forgot that. That's the thing we're going to talk about, too. You deserve 2 points for sure.
So yeah, if you guys didn't know, LA is now a tropical rainforest. It rains nonstop here. It has been raining for like the past 2 days straight. It's going to keep raining for another 2 days. And then this is right after the second, like, big, what do they call it? The rain channel floodway, the rain slipstream.
The Sky Goosh.
Yeah, Sky Goosh, yeah.
Skyussie is opening up upon you.
Yeah, so the drought was over 2 rainstorms ago, right? Maybe 3. It was over last year, and it's still raining. The grass on the hill is so long that it's starting to weed its way over the roads. It's a lot of rain.
That's weird.
Yeah, it's actually quite strange. Because usually in LA, if it rains, all the plants are like, no, 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 and you know they just desperately try to grow, and they've been going no for like months. That's what I said last year, is like they got so confused there was a second spring because the plants all thought that winter happened, and then because after winter rain happens and then they grow, all the flowers blew, or all the fruiting trees fruited twice. Yes, last year. Dogs don't care. Dogs don't care. It's raining, they want to go outside. And it's like, okay, all right. So I gear them up for a walk, and Henry's been begging me all morning, and I'm like, dude, it's raining. But he didn't care. Got my raincoat, go out. It's fine. There was a little break in the rain. I was like, okay, well, let's make it quick. We go all the way out, get to the farthest point. Henry's like, I'm gonna poop. And he does this little waddle where he's like, he starts to, like, it's like a truck lifting, you know, it's bad, but inverse. He just, his butt goes higher and higher. He poops at an upward angle. I don't know if you know that about Henry.
That's wrong. That's wrong, Henry. That's
and
wrong.
It's hilarious because if he has a hill to poop on, he will like start to do this, like, this is his butt, right? So he's like, and then he backs up the hill. So he poops up the hill at an upward angle, so it'll be sure to roll down through his feet, right?
Sick.
Speaking of sick, he had a little diarrhea and he just poops all over himself. Everywhere. Sorry about the poop talk this early in the morning, or whenever some people listen to this like right at midnight, so I know it's very early for some.
No, I'm pretty sure everyone listens exactly in the morning.
Yes, absolutely, on the drive out. So he poops all over himself, and this ordinarily would be fine. We'll get back and clean up, but it's raining, right? Did you remember that?
So the rain cleaned him off for you, and it's perfect.
Oh, no. So dogs, when they are in the rain, I don't know if you knew this, they like to shake. So they shake. So Henry, with poop all over his butt, shakes a lot. And we're at the farthest point, and the rain just kicked up. So every few steps, he has to stop and go, blah, blah, blah. And then just everywhere on his butt is just like these long hair, and it's a nightmare. And I have like 1/4 of a mile to get back home in the rain that's picking up uphill. This is not a lie.
Both ways?
No, just the way back. So then I had to get back, and I was late for the podcast because I was haphazardly with scissors giving Henry a butt haircut. Just because there was no way that I was going to be able to get him in the bath in time. So I was just like, hey.
Have you thought about using Dogscape?
Oh, that's pretty good. 1 point for Dogscape.
All right, that's fair. Yeah, so that was my morning.
And that's the AI update that I was so excited for Mark to talk about.
What? Did you expect me to talk about that?
No, well, I was like, we got to talk about AI, and you were like, oh yeah. I was like, okay, Mark's gonna bring it up. But I forgot you did say before we started recording that you had a story about Henry and poop. So sorry for your poop situation. Having a baby, I feel like I can commiserate with that in a way.
I've diarrheaed before.
Did you have to cut it off of your own ass?
I really shake it to get it out, you know?
Did you leak out your diaper?
Oh man, it's been a few years. Probably.
All right, we'll dig into that later. Anyway, Mark, Sora, OpenAI,
Yeah.
Sora, yeah, everybody's excited. Wait, have you seen this?
Is that the main character from Kingdom Hearts?
Yeah, actually, but
I don't know how I know that.
OpenAI came out with a new AI. It's text input to video AI thing. So it's generative in the same way that like DALL-E and Midjourney and other photographical ones are, but it makes videos. And I'm assuming all three of us, I don't know why I'm assuming anything about Wade. Have you seen Will Smith eat spaghetti, Wade?
No, I watched him punch Chris Rock.
Have you seen the AI generated video of Will Smith eating spaghetti, where it's like an absolute horror show and his hands are becoming spaghetti and his face is more?
I think I've heard of it, but I've not seen it.
Okay, see, this is why I didn't assume that you had seen it, because you don't see things, because you're not a seer of things. That was a year ago. About a year ago was that came out. It feels to me like it was longer, but it wasn't. It was just a year. And the new AI stuff from Sora is like ridiculous. It still has a lot of artifacts that make it look very AI, but like, how screwed are we?
I want to flash back to maybe a year and a half ago when I was telling you guys AI's coming for our jobs, and you both were like, yeah, okay, Mark, maybe in 20 years. Okay, all right. You said it was definitely a ways out, definitely not going to be a problem immediately. And look at all this. I warn you, we're doomed.
Now, the only thing we're waiting for to fully finish the story that I'm talking about is Will Smith Eats Spaghetti 2. I'm dying to see what it does with that. But there's some fascinating stuff in the new AI videos. Mark, my question was rhetorical. I still don't think it poses a serious threat to us.
I agree.
I think I was right. I think I was dead on. Point to Mark for thinking he had me. Point to me for knowing he didn't. Yeah, anyway, I just think it's fascinating how good it looks if you look at very small parts of it, but there are like puppies that spawn out of other puppies. There are legs that morph into other legs and extra. That still does all the same AI stuff, but it has persistent backgrounds. I think one of the most fascinating things I've seen highlighted is there's a video of a woman in like a red trench coat walking in like kind of a downtown Tokyo looking kind of scene. Lots of like bright neon lights, tall buildings. And there are signs in the background where the sign goes behind her head, is completely blocked from view by this woman, and it comes back into view and is the same, which is shit that AI can't do.
AI now has object permanence?
Yeah, there's something about the way this version of the video rendering stuff is working, where it has some amount of object permanence with like assets that are in frame that are out of frame or not visible for some amount of time, but come back and are still persistent. It's fascinating.
So yeah, that I think is the most interesting thing about this is the consistency across all the frames, having that kind of spatial awareness, quote unquote. It definitely is a step in the right direction. But for those that are thinking they're going to be able to type in a prompt and get a movie in near time, not only is that still a ways off, but the average person is not going to be able to do this. I guarantee you that the computer, quote unquote, that did this is not just a computer. It is a warehouse of a supercomputer had to do this, or at least like a server rack had to be dedicated to each one of these, because I imagine, I'm not 100% sure, but I imagine that the memory required to be able to have this kind of consistency across the whole video is probably in the terabytes of just memory, not just RAM, but video card memory.
RAM?
Yeah, VRAM, video RAM. It's on a level that the average person is not going to be able to get. And then when it actually, if it were to become a service, the cost effectiveness of it to do this, I mean, ChatGPT runs at a loss for OpenAI to use it, even if you pay a subscription of like, what is it, $25 or something like that a month?
Yeah, something like that.
Even if you pay that, they're not making money on that because it costs more for the computational effort to be able to just generate that text. For this, if you had to calculate the amount of infrastructure and hours to do it, it's probably thousands of dollars just to make these once, and iterating, forget about it. Like, you're not going to be able to iterate. You get one chance at it because it's $1,000 per. It's got to run all that stuff like again and again. And yes, there'll be a way to iterate upon it, but like down the road, way down the road.
Yeah, well, that is, in general, that's one of the big hurdles with generative AI at large, is not only that it's not really accessible because you need so much computing power to make it work, but the actual computing power that the world would need right now, the way it works, to have generative AI at the scale that people might imagine, where like most of what you watch on TV or YouTube on TV or YouTube is using generative AI, or the Earth would not sustain that. The Earth would die. We would cook ourselves alive. The amount of energy consumption and repercussions that would flow out from that in terms of climate issues and resource issues, there's a physical limit to that. And like, so that's that. I think you're on to something there. That's the thing where AI is stuck at. Needs to become more efficient if it's going to become prevalent in the way that I think a lot of people might be afraid it might, or are imagining that it might become.
And it probably will. It probably will, but that's really where the iterative developments are going to come, because this has come a long way in a year, and it's like, yeah, it'll be amazing to see what it can do in like another year. And you see it with so 3D modeling softwares. There's certain ones that can do simulations of like water simulations, building simulations, destruction simulation. 10, 20 years ago, that was impossible for the average consumer to do that, because the home computer wasn't powerful enough or efficient enough to be able to do that. Now
you can do it on a laptop.
Now you can do it on a laptop, exactly, because that's the actual iterative process. When you have the capabilities, these are pie in the sky. This is the state of the art. That's what the phrase means. This is where the art is currently to do this. If we put our whole servusi into it, you know, every single bit of what we can do goes into making this, that's what it can do. And it's still not quite there. So you can extrapolate, yeah, next year it's going to be amazing. Not for everybody. Not everyone's going to be able to do this. Right now, the entire world is dedicating every bit of their graphical power to developing these models. And this is the progress. They're deleting me. I'm going out of focus again.
They heard you talking shit about their AI and they were like, don't you want access to it? And you better not.
Or Mark has been AI this whole time and the servers are just updating and he's getting blurred out because they can't process him while also updating.
Yeah, every time Mark goes out of focus or his light turns off and on again, that's just the AI losing object permanence for a second and having to remember.
You can tell because it's an older model because I don't have a headband on. I can't understand how so many people thought there was a conspiracy theory around, like, why is he wearing a hairband?
Probably for hair reasons.
To hold my hair back because it was always in my face. And then like, why though?
I've never had to worry about such a thing, so I think maybe you're not being truthful.
Hey, if Wade started wearing a hairband religiously, that would be a conspiracy.
At that point, it's called a sweatband.
What if it's purely aesthetic? What if it has zero absorbent properties?
What's it made of?
Silicone. Silicone? No, silicone.
Silicon is the element. Silicone is the material.
What's silicone?
Yeah, that's right. That's the French version. Definitely real point that I'm definitely really writing down in the notebook for Wade for that one.
Can I generate more? I will put as much processing power as I need.
I will write them as really as I am writing that one that I just said.
I'd like it more really.
I'm sorry, I can only give you weird, surreal AI version of reality for these points.
And that is the trick of AI right now, is like, it's still, people misunderstand what it actually is. There's terminology that I think we've talked about before, which is like, this is not AI, but this is a perfect description of what Mass Effect called the difference between these kind of things. Is this is virtual intelligence. This is VI. And that's what Mass Effect said. It's like, when you would talk to these virtual intelligence and they would be the people to guess. You could ask them questions, they would get answers, but they're just exactly this. They're like a language model. They take in information, they do their little blah, 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 that means that, and predictive text, whatnot, and poof, there's no understanding. There's no conceptual understanding. And these can be refined, but I don't know how far it'll go without that actual understanding of context of what it is. There's associations that can be made, and those can be refined incredibly. But again, the computational limit of it in terms of everyone's ability to do it, like it's restrictive, because these models, this is the thing, is it's not just about training a model of this complexity has a certain number of connections inside of it. Like most people probably have a general understanding, like, okay, neural networks, you have neurons and they connect and they do random operations. Those are literally random numbers that go through. And to get a more complex one, they just scale it up. They do way more neurons. So some of them have billions. This one might even, who knows, trillions. I have no idea. That can't fit on your computer. It needs to sit in the VRAM, and it needs to be able to have a persistent, very fast access to its entire network so it can run things through it without losing track of anything. And it just, like, the scalability is difficult. So they'll build this model and they'll make it huge. It's not going to run on your computer.
I feel like training models is also challenging because they have to interact with one another. They have to be able to change outfits very quickly, not affect their hair, their makeup. They have to know how to interact with each outfit, look confident while they're walking, know what walk to do.
Not that one. Not that one.
Plus 1 point for Wade for making Mark sad.
I don't know why.
You know why it's depressing, Wade? Because when you do jokes like that, we can tell that you are listening, but we can also tell that you're just so sincerely disinterested that you're listening for the sole purpose of making an unrelated joke.
Oh, I'm interested. I just don't have anything to add.
You don't have to add. You could ask questions. You could state things that you think might be true.
I can be hilarious.
Yeah. Let me guess. The subreddit really liked that.
I don't know.
Minus 1 point to the subreddit for liking that so much. My conclusion to this hard-hitting news story that we're delivering here, that's definitely not news or true even necessarily, totally opinion-based, disclaimer, is it's coming at a really great time. I really hope this does not get more widely accessible, because in America, we're coming around to the election. I don't know if you've heard, we're coming around to the election cycle. It feels like we've been in an election cycle since 2016 happened, but it's happening. And this has the potential to just create stuff where someone who's very like AI literate, social media literate, whatever, media literate, would probably look at an AI video of Biden or Trump or a political candidate talking and be able to see like, oh, that's weird. That looks like an AI artifact. I press B to doubt this information. But anyone who is not, and the vast majority of people I would say are not media literate enough about where AI is and what's happening with this sort of stuff, anyone who doesn't know that it's possible might watch something that's generated in this way and just be like, wow, I can't believe he said that. And it would be, you know, it has a serious and real impact on how they might vote, how they view what's happening politically, whatever. Like, it's coming at a time, this development is coming at a time where I really hope it doesn't, I don't think it's likely to become publicly available, but I really hope it doesn't, because there's already a world full of made up crap and Photoshop things and AI generated pictures and voices. There was an AI generated phone call in apparently Joe Biden's voice that was going around in New Hampshire during the primaries or something. Like, we don't need more of that. It's going to happen. People want to affect things. That's what people do. But like, we just don't need more of that. It's just not a good time.
I just hope the election isn't so divisive. It would be nice if Joe Biden, George Bush, and Donald Trump could still play video games together and enjoy themselves.
I love that TikTok. Did you see when Barack joined in?
I know you got an episode, but speaking of video games, have you guys played Helldivers?
No, I wanted to talk about that too. Plus 1 to Mark for being in my head. No, have you been following the Helldivers 2 saga?
God, I have. Yes, I have. I've been in the Helldivers saga.
Have you been playing?
Yeah, of course.
Ah, shit. I haven't been able to get on. I can't.
I've not played it all. It came out and I had to leave.
It was one of those games where when I first saw it released, I was like, oh, it just looks like one of those Gennaro, shooters, like lower budget one. I had no idea. It wasn't until I started seeing the battle reports coming in about Malevelon Creek and how they needed help that I was like, maybe.
Dude, it fell last night. Overnight. I think it fell. I think it's gone.
I haven't checked this morning, but I was fighting.
Wait, is there like a actual battlefield that like is maintained?
Pause what Mark is saying. Context. Helldivers 2 is a PvE third-person shooter video game. You can play within a squad of up to 4 people. The way it works is there is one world map. It is persistent. The center of the map is a planet called Super Earth, which is the planet that you're from, and you are a Helldiver, which is like you're like the frontline infantry attack force spreading democracy by force. And so the world map is centered around Super Earth. On one side, there are the insects. What are they called? The Terminids, which are like encroaching on towards Super Earth. And on the other side are the automatons, which are like encroaching into Super Earth territory as well. And it's a persistent universe at war type deal. Wherever you go, there's different missions and stuff, whatever you play, by tiny increments, you increase the amount at which the humans from Super Earth are liberating that area. And so you can lose areas, you can lose planets, you can lose like systems. And so it's persistent. And so the Terminids are where the game directs you initially. The bugs generally are easier to fight, is my understanding. And the automatons are kind of crazier and everything is just wild over there. And on the automaton battle front, humans are losing. It's not going well. Imagine it's like Starship Troopers. That's the tone. Very funny. You're spreading democracy by force, Super Earth, all that sort of stuff.
Never seen it.
That's the
Yeah, so Malevelon Creek was in the sector that the automatons, who some people cannot pronounce that. Some go like automatons, automutons. It's automatons. So Malevelon Creek was in the first sector that the automatons encroached upon, and they quickly blasted through that sector and into the next one because everyone was over in the Terminids.
Is this lore or is this in the game? Like, can you actually lose sectors in the game?
This is happening in the game, yeah. They are losing ground to the automatons. They are getting closer to Super Earth.
So this is like, they're keeping track of these battles like in the game and it moves where your locations and fights are?
When you go to pick a mission, you have a ship, right? Your crew is like on a ship. You fly your ship to a planet and then you drop onto the planet. Each planet you can go to, it shows you you have 8%, the automatons have 92%, whatever. Shows you how the planet's doing, and then it offers you missions to go and increase the percentage that the humans are winning.
Okay. And one of these is the creek and that fell.
No, that was just one planet in a sector.
That was one planet in a sector and the whole sector got wiped.
Yeah, that was the last planet to fall in that sector, and then they moved on to the other sector. And so when it moves into a new sector, you have to evacuate the citizens of that sector and run a defensive campaign at the same time. So Malevelon Creek, however, is they lost the sector and they pushed past it, but there were still people fighting on Malevelon Creek, and like holding this tiny wedge in there so that it wasn't inaccessible. And there's like, I don't know, Bob just said it fell. Like, that was fading back to a memory. I don't know why this stupid Yeah. But yeah, no. So Wade, when you're saying like, is this lore or is this happening? The lore is being written as it's played.
It's currently happening.
I want to play this right now. This sounds really awesome.
It tells you too how many players are in each planet in each sector. So when you mouse over, it'll be like, this is Malevelon Creek, currently 600 Helldivers here. You're 0.0008%. It is happening.
I feel bad. I'm not doing my part. I should be helping.
I know. I want to be there right now.
Next episode, we're doing Helldivers, the episode.
Yeah, how about we just do like nonstop barrage of Helldivers distractible episodes?
Well, so the thing that I think is interesting is the first game in this series, it's Helldivers 2, right? You guys know anything about Helldivers 1?
I do.
It came before 2.
Of course, Mark does. I didn't, but since it came out, I have learned. And so the first game was a twin stick shooter, which is like just a totally different game completely, which is fascinating. But the lore, there were 2 other species or 3 other species. No, the Terminids were one of the species, but there were 2 other species in the first game. And there's rumors that it's complicated, but there's rumors that one of those species might be coming back as part of the development of what's happening around Super Earth in the current game, that there's some actors behind the scene. The lore is fascinating, Mark.
And you know what else is interesting? This is a real callback to the early days of us playing games together. Maybe it was us. I can't remember. You know what other game they developed?
What's the developer's name?
Arrowhead. No, wait. Yeah, it's Arrowhead, right?
Yeah,
That's the
it's
studio?
Arrowhead. Yeah.
I do remember playing in Arrowhead. Did they develop like a Bigfoot game or something?
No. It was Magica.
Oh.
Guys remember Magica for
yeah,
Wizards?
yeah.
Yeah. So that's why Helldivers 1 was in that style, because the same top-down 4-squad thing. And then Helldivers came along, and then Helldivers 2 just like really...
God, this is so much more interesting than when you guys talk about technology. I'm so into this.
And you're contributing the exact same amount to this somehow.
I know. I asked questions this time. I've asked about the lore. I said I want to get into it. I'm throwing out ideas for episodes. I'm doing so much more.
The other thing about Helldivers Wait is it's basically impossible to actually get online right now. The servers, since almost launch, the servers are so slammed. When you launch the game, it just says trying to ping server, and it continuously does that. There are workarounds where, like, if you join on a friend, it gets you in because it instead of pinging the server every 20 seconds, it pings the server constantly until you get through or something. But another issue they ran into is there's no auto kick. There's no auto logout feature. So people have been getting on and then leaving that session of the game open. They go to bed, their guy's just standing there on their
Ce culoare are?
Îți place cremul ăsta?
Păi mama a zis fix cremul ăsta să nu.
Nu, mama zis să nu iau altul.
Are și ceva de un crem. N-ai...
Are plumare, dar ce, ți-o verde?
Nu. Dar iau pe mama cremul ăla. Că
Așa.
arată frumos la cremul ăla, dar... Zic să nu zică mama ceva.
on their ship. There's no like inactivity.
This is why we're losing the war.
Yeah,
It
no,
is,
there's
yeah.
a bunch of non-active, non-democracy loving traitors standing in their ships like cowards, not fighting the fight.
I want to get in the fight. I want it so bad.
So the thing is also is like everyone seems to be well, not everyone. A lot of people are upset, and this is like the kind of like this gamer rage around. Look, your game's broken.
Și o să fie...
N-am pe card bani. Și nu știu când intră pe... De obicei pe 20. Dar vine până pe 20, nu?
Ah, bine, nu știu. Costă toate pe 187 de lei. Și te-am luat toată lista de dorințe acum. Ba chiar i-am luat în plus, ți-am luat și în plus. Și mi-am luat și o pereche asta pantaloni. Ăștia așa ca tine. Mi-am luat și eu la 25 de lei. Dar s-a aplicat reducerea 125 de lei și eu nu mai dau nimic. Ăla știu, mi-am gratis că m-am ocupat să comand, bine?
Ai, bine.
Ia uite ce geacă ți-ai găsit. Mama a zis că e perfect. Înainte să dăm pe are 5 stele.
Lasă.
Susul frumos.
Da, la asta merge de 5 zile.
La toate